Morena tātou, welcome everyone, lovely to see you on the 3rd of December 2025 for our second to last council meeting for this year. I'd like to just go through some explanations about the meeting being recorded. It will be live streamed on the council's YouTube channel. Also, the health and safety requirements for the council chamber will be shown as they are now on the display screen. On hearing the alarm, please leave the site immediately by the nearest fire exit. Evacuate to the assembly area, the clock tower, Te Marae o Heneta Square. Health and safety. Smoking and vaping is prohibited within any council public entrance, building or site. A defibrillator is located outside the entrance to the customer services on the ground floor. Please report any near miss or incidents to the committee administrator. Can I also ask that councillors and presenters give your name before speaking and the use of the microphone. We haven't had any apologies other than lateness from the Mayor Grant Smith, who will be joining us online. I'd now like to ask that we receive the apologies from the Mayor. Yes, we will be starting the karakia very soon. I was just giving...
She'd like an apology.
Oh, yes. Any further apologies?
Kia ora whaia, I will be attending something for the council at 10:40.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Yes, Via Leone. Councillor Harpiter.
I will be leaving the meeting at some stage for council business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further apologies? I'm going to move those, seconded by Councillor Denison. Can I please ask that we vote on that? Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. My apologies for jumping the gun there. I'm going to ask via Katie Zabellin to start with. Thank you, Councillor.
Ngā mihi, me karakia tātou. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai, te mauritu, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tākie.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Zabellin. Item number 3, notification of additional items. Do we have any? There being none, we'll move on to item number 4, declarations of interest. There being none, we'll move on to item number 5. Any public comment? There being none, we'll move on to items number 6 and 7, that are the minutes of the 5th and the 12th of November. I will take that as, we'll move both of these as being read. I'm happy to move them. Councillor Denison, second. Any comment, amendments? That being done, can I please ask that we vote on those minutes? Thank you. That is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Now on to item number 8, which is a decision report. I'd like to invite Acting Manager of Strategy and Policy, Peter Ridge, to come and talk to us. Thank you, Peter. Welcome. and that is on page 23.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Peter Tokuingoa. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. I'm Peter, the Acting Manager for Strategy and Policy. Ordinarily, I'll take the report as read, but as this was last considered in August by the previous Council, I thought it would be useful to provide a summary to this item and then take questions. So this bylaw has been in review for quite a long time. We started this back in 2021. The Council made determinations under the Local Government Act that a bylaw is the most appropriate way of addressing the perceived problem, specifically maximising waste diversion, regulating and managing the operation of curbside waste and recycling activities, and minimising the potential for waste to cause a nuisance. So that's the first step of the bylaw review process. And by making those determinations, the Council completed the statutory requirements for review. What this means is that the next review of the bylaw won't be required until 2031, because it's 10 years from that date. So that's only 6 years away that we'll be doing this review again. It has taken us a while to get to this point. There's been other work required along the way. We did some work for you on options for regulatory and service provision interventions to address waste management. We also developed the draft waste management and minimisation plan, which was consulted on alongside the LTP in 2024. So the draft bylaw wasn't presented to this council until November last year, where it was approved for consultation, and we carried out that consultation through until late January with hearings in February. Then in August we presented the report on those submissions for deliberations, but at that point the committee decided to let the report lie on the table pending a workshop for elected members. We ran that workshop in October, and we outlined the key issues relating to construction and demolition waste, which was the key outstanding point as we understand it. I've summarised the points that were raised in that workshop, so I'm not going to repeat them here, but it brings us to the point we're at now, which is the Council has the option now to lift that August report from the table and resume deliberations if it wants to. The reason for summarising that history is to show that this has been in progress for a long time, and that's part of the reason why we're recommending that the Council lifts the August report and resumes deliberations so that we can bring the process to a close. It'll provide certainty and clarity to those who have made submissions on the draft bylaw, and allows us to bring the changes in the draft bylaw into effect. In particular, this includes the improvements relating to licensing of commercial waste collectors. This is an action that's in our Waste Management and Minimisation Plan, the WIMP, for the 26-27 year, with the idea that licences would be issued in 2027. If we leave the bylaw in its draft state for any extended period of time, it's going to make it harder to include those improvements for licensing in the licensing system when it's developed. We did consider an alternative approach, which was discussed during the elected member workshop in October, and that would be to leave the report on the table until the completion of a trial for construction and demolition waste diversion. We're not recommending that approach, primarily because we don't see any significant benefits to that option. To give a little information about the trial, this is something that's been suggested in the August report. Since then we have, officers have had some engagement with Central Environmental, Winston Wallboards and builders and building trade suppliers about a trial which is already underway. The early steps are underway regardless of Council's involvement. We are able to participate and be involved in the leadership of that trial, but it's not something that is being driven by the Council itself. And that has fed into our assessment as to why we don't believe waiting for the trial to be complete before taking further action on the bylaw is appropriate. That trial is likely to take 10 to 12 months before we would have the results, which would leave this bylaw in its draft state for approximately another year. And in the meantime, those other changes that are in the bylaw, in the draft bylaw, which were largely supported by submitters, wouldn't be in effect. There's the other element in regards to leaving the bylaw in its draft state for the duration of the trial. The idea being that we could then make amendments at that point without having to go through further consultation. That does provide a small advantage, but depending on the nature of those amendments, we could still be required to take consultation depending on what those changes look like. The council has the ability to amend the bylaw at any time, subject to consultation, and as I noted before, the next review of the bylaw is within the next 6 years, and it has the opportunity to do an early review if it believes that's appropriate. So in our assessment, option 1, which is to resume deliberations on the bylaw today, offers the best balance and provides significant benefits. It allows the debate to continue and the bylaw to be adopted, and that brings into effect the recommended changes. The trial that's been in development around construction and demolition waste can proceed, and council staff can be involved in the trial's leadership group to help shape the approach and advocate for good outcomes for our city. And as I mentioned, the council retains the opportunity to make amendments to the bylaw at any time. We have noted in paragraph 6.4 on page 27 of the report that if the council wants to be explicit of its desire to monitor the effectiveness of the trial and identify options for further amendments, then there's an additional recommendation that could be moved. That could give council confidence to move forward with option 1, knowing that we will report back on the trial once it's completed and evaluated, and if necessary, provide options for further amendments to the bylaw. One final note, in my report, recommendation 3 includes a note that if the council were to adopt the bylaw, it would come into effect on the 1st of February 2026. However, the draft bylaw itself, which is included as an attachment, has the 1 October 2025 date that we recommended back in August, and that's no longer going to be appropriate. So we would, I've provided to the committee administrator some revised wording for that recommendation that explicitly amends clauses 3.1 and 4.1 to reflect the 1 February 2026 date. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. And we have a question from Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. A couple questions, Peter. Thank you. It may need to rely on some expertise from the resource recovery team. My understanding is currently about 46% of what ends up in landfill could be diverted. Is that the case?
Natasha's nodding, so I'll say yes.
Can you tell us how much of an effect this bylaw will have on that? No, I'm sorry, I can't tell you exactly what percentage would be infected. Yeah. Is it likely to be positive or negative?
I would expect that it is a positive impact. The purpose of the bylaw is to encourage waste diversion, but it's subject to many factors beyond the bylaw itself as to the impact on diversion.
Thanks. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is given that the purpose of the review as laid out in the paper was around maximizing diversion, how we've ended up in a situation where we have a bylaw where we're uncertain as to what actual effect it's going to have on driving that outcome.
I think the reason we can't give any specific details is that it is one factor in a complex system. For instance, we have provisions in the bylaw relating to curbside collection. We have provisions in the bylaw that regulate our public waste bins. Whether those are effective is dependent on other factors such as compliance, education, and a range of other factors. So the extent to which the bylaw can be measured for its effectiveness is quite difficult.
Thank you. Just one other question, Madam Chair, just the trial. What materials are proposed to be included in that trial?
So the initial trial at the moment is focused on plasterboard. This is a trial that's been completed in Hawke's Bay with considerable success. It's a partnership between Central Environmental and Winston Wallboards, where they have made available bags for sale through merchants, trade merchants, that builders can use to put their offcuts from the plasterboard and then collect it and process for recycling. There is scope.
Understood the process. I was just trying to confirm. So here in Palmerston North, the view is to limit that to jib.
The initial trial would be focused on plasterboard, but there's scope for extending it to other products as well.
Can you tell me what portion of the construction demolition waste stream is jib?
No, we don't have that figure for you off the top of our head.
Is it a significant proportion or a minor proportion?
Through the chair, Acting Manager for Resource Recovery, Natasha Hickmott. Apologise, Councillor Barrett, I can't actually provide that information at the moment. I can't remember it, and I wouldn't want to lead you astray on a figure, but I'm happy to come back to the council, to members with an answer on that, of what proportion of the previous waste assessment was, particularly in the construction demolition sector, was wallboard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Councillor Barrett. Councillor Spellin.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. Just following on from Councillor Barrett's questions, am I reading it right that with the removal of the old Section 5, there is no mention of construction and demolition waste in the revised bylaw?
Section 5 is, as you described it, as old. It was proposed for consultation, so it's never been in effect.
So with the removal of that text?
So we're not taking anything away. We're simply not proceeding with what we proposed because the practicality of it isn't practical. Yeah.
So there'd been no mention in the bylaw of construction demolition waste?
No. In the current bylaw, which is the one that was adopted in 2016, no.
I'm wondering how the bylaw would give effect or help us to give effect to the objective 3.4 in the WIMP, which is to develop and implement a construction site waste management plan.
So not all the actions in the WIMP have to be delivered through the bylaw, and when the action in the WIMP was first mooted, it was intended that it would be an educational based initiative. Through the development of the draft bylaw, we identified a possibility where we could make that more regulatory in nature. What we discovered through the consultation process and subsequent is that it wasn't going to be effective because of limitations to do with the Building Act, which is why we're proposing not proceeding with that. It still gives the council the ability to proceed with site waste management and minimisation plans on an educational basis, which aligns with the work that's happening regarding this trial that I've mentioned.
Great, thank you. And I did have questions about the trial, but Councillor Barrett's asked a couple of them, and you have touched on what the nature of our involvement would be. It seems completely independent of us. So what's the party's incentive for having us at the table?
So we asked this question at that meeting, and the answer was that the role played by the Hastings District Council in the Hawke's Bay trial was to provide a kind of a unifying point around a range of disparate parties. While they are quite eager to move forward with the trial, they all are approaching it from different motives. So the advantage of having the council, well, in this case could be councils, there are other councils that are interested in being involved in this trial, so it's not just Palmerston North, is to provide some somewhat neutral leadership in the space, some advice, particularly around data collection, and our expertise around monitoring trials and pilots of this nature.
Presumably with the aspect of the bags being for sale, it's a fairly transactional win-win type situation. Hypothesising that the success of the trial might rely less on the waste division success or otherwise, and more on the transactional economics of the trial?
The details that we received about the Hawke's Bay trial was that the cost of the bags was competitive with waste disposal. So there's a financial incentive for builders to purchase the bag and use that to dispose of the jib rather than having it go to landfill. There's an incentive for Winston wallboards because they take the material that's been collected and it can be recycled and reprocessed into new products. There's an advantage, an incentive for local government and councils because it helps us to achieve our waste diversion targets, and the price point I think makes it achievable and realistic. There will be some profit margin at some point to reflect the fact that this is a commercial exercise, but it doesn't come at the expense of environmental outcomes, and I think that's the key point here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sabellan. Councillor Kuru.
Kia ora. I was just, I've got some questions around number 20, around the non-compliance with terms and conditions for council waste and diverted material facilities. And number C, or letter C, who would be, and that is to suspend the person's use of any service provided by the council at any or every waste collection service or facility. So I was just wondering who would determine the suspension, and also just if you could talk to me around that, about what that looks like in terms of stopping someone's access to a public facility.
Through the chair, are you referring to clause 20 of the bylaw? That's page 170?
Yes.
Correct, okay. Yeah, so this is a provision that we've had in our bylaw for many years. We have so we set the conditions, the terms and conditions for our facilities. So this includes our waste collection facilities and our diverted materials facilities. This provision here in the bylaw gives us the ability to suspend someone's service if they breach those terms and conditions. The decision would be made by the appropriate officer of the authority, and generally it would be a fairly straightforward administrative process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuru. Now to the Mayor, Mayor Grant-Smith. Thank you.
Kia ora, and look, apologies for my appearance. There's a bit of stuff I've been dealing with in the background. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
Your Worship.
Thank you. So Peter and Natasha, look, thank you for the report. You'll probably know where I'm going with this, Natasha. Is it silent on packaging, soft plastics, etc., and collections of those from points like Awapuni, Ferguson, and perhaps some of the supermarkets that the the Packaging Forum have advocated? We're not doing that. We're not even looking at a trial. Can I understand what's going on?
Through the chair, I'll answer that. So again, Natasha Hickmott, Acting Manager for Resource Recovery. Actually, officers have been working with the Soft Plastics Forum and Wanganui Council to look to see if we could introduce a trial for soft plastics in Palmerston North, because as your Worship's aware, Palmerston North, or the Manawatu Wanganui region, is an island, and we don't have the soft plastic scheme in our area. So Wanganui do have it, and so we've been working with Wanganui and the soft plastic scheme. And in fact, I will be developing that a bit further and presenting something to Glenn O'Connor as something that we could do operationally. Probably at the moment we would like to introduce that mid-year next year.
Okay, would you need a little bit of direction from us to possibly even speed that up? I know we're currently just putting it all to landfill, and there's some big manufacturers here with plastic.
We would need direction from the elected members to allow us to introduce it.
Cool.
But in terms of speeding it up, I'm talking to Soft Plastics New Zealand, that's their time frame that they would like to work towards.
Okay. Can I just ask where does it go? I mean, I know some places, but just be interested in your views.
The soft plastics? Okay, so
Yes.
there are 3 facilities at the moment, and 3 processing facilities in New Zealand at the moment that take them. 2 of those are future posts, the one in Waiuku and the one in Blenheim, and the Save Board facility, which also takes our liquid paper board in Hamilton, also takes a portion of the soft plastics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question from me on page 32 and 33. So this relates to the original report that came to us, but is useful in understanding how we came to the conclusion that we're not going to include anything in the bylaw around construction demolition waste. So I note in 4.5 it says that in relation to a building consent, that we would only be able to apply that to demolition-only projects, and therefore, we wouldn't be able to apply it to demolition-only projects and only projects that involve construction demolition. Later on in 4.7, you talk about if we didn't link it to a building consent, that we would need to continuously monitor building and demolition projects and initiate a separate process for each one. When you say building and demolition there, do you mean it in the context of building projects, and demolition projects, or do you mean that it would only relate, as was true with a building consent, to projects that completed both building and construction, demolition and construction?
Through the chair, that would be for a comprehensive approach, it would be monitoring building construction projects and demolition projects as well.
Excellent. Just appreciate that clarification.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much to our officers. Now, progressing this, what I'm going to move is that the Council lift the report titled Draft Waste Management and Minimisation Bylaw 2025 and deliberations on submissions from the 20th of August 2025 Strategy and Finance Committee agenda and resume the deliberations on the submission. I'm happy to move that. Councillor seconds that. Any comment? Can we vote on that? Thank you. Oh, we do have a comment. Comments on lifting this. Okay, Councillor. Oh, we're just doing number 1 and then we'll go into the debate. Thank you very much. Can we vote on that? Thank you. Thank you. If we can do that again, thank you. That is passed 15. Oh, Councillor Harpeta. Thank you. That's passed unanimously. And now we're going into the discussions, the debate. Thank you. Can I please ask someone move number 2 and 3? Yes, Councillor Dennison moves that and Councillor Wood seconds that. Can we vote on this? Thank you. No, we're debating now, sorry. It's been a while since I've sat in here. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's a little bit panicky there. Can I put in the additional recommendation that is in 6.4, that the Chief Executive report back to the Council on the results of the C&D waste diversion trial, etc.? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sabellin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do just have a few thoughts to share on this. And just looking at 2.A asks us to determine that the bylaw is the most appropriate way of addressing the perceived problems of maximising the diversion of waste to beneficial uses, but the information that we received in the workshop indicates that the bylaw cannot feasibly address construction and demolition waste from a regulatory perspective. So I do question whether it is the most appropriate way to address those perceived problems. And we don't address industrial or commercial or institutional waste at all, which means the main elements of waste in the city are not touched on by this bylaw. The proposed trial is a 5-month trial. It's not a substitute for regulation. It only addresses GIB offcuts, which from my memory on the workshop was about 9 to 16% of the total construction demolition waste, which can be corrected on that. It's just my memory of the workshop. But it ignores industrial waste. So it's a good development. But if we rely solely on voluntary solutions, that undermines our regulatory duty and the bylaw's purpose of regulating the waste and the diverted material. And I wanted to note our food waste trial that we did a couple of years ago was a very successful trial, but we're still years off implementing that and seeing any kind of improvement in the diversion of organic waste material. And MDC have just rolled theirs out. They're miles ahead of us. So I think failing to address the construction and demolition requirements signals that we're just hoping the sector will sort it out while giving them no regulatory reason to do so. So will not be supporting this bylaw because I just don't think it gives effect to the main elements of waste in the city. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Spillin. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, just a few comments as well and a further recommendation in due course. Yeah, this resource recovery stuff is absolutely a core service. It's governed under the Local Government Act. It's governed under the Waste Minimization Act. And when we think about actually giving effect to the purpose that was outlined here of maximizing the diversion of waste, I'd say there's a huge amount of potential, but unfortunately, that is potential that is largely unmet in terms of what we actually have brought forward after nearly 5 years of effort on behalf of the council, community input, etc. So, you know, will the bylaw move the dial? It's really hard to have much confidence in that. And in fact, I would be agreeing with officers where they say that they're not really sure what effect. When we look at where we're actually at, waste per capita is up 10% in less than a decade. We have 55,000 tons of waste that lands in landfill. We know that half of that could be diverted if we could just get organized to put those diversions in place. So my assessment in terms of the bylaw that's in front of us is that it is a lot of unmet potential that still remains. We had some really good submissions and some really good ideas there, but quite a bit of that really didn't come through in terms of the changes that we've seen proposed. And I think it's a case where the status quo has a bit too much weight, I'd say, in terms of how things actually sit. In terms of the additional recommendations, the one that I wanted to draw to your attention, it has come through just very lately to officers, is around soft plastics. We've talked and talked and talked and done nothing for a very, very long time about soft plastics. And I do think that it is time that we do push a trial forward. We had an answer from officers that said some direction from this table could help that actually get moving. And I think if there's one thing that we could do to show that we're listening to community might be to put a trial in place to actually check out soft plastics. Not a permanent, a trial, so that we can actually have a look and see how effective would it be to pick those soft plastics up from the community and to get a report back on that. Much as we're seeing a trial around the construction and demolition. We're you know, just years into hearing from community, every time we get submissions around the annual plan, every time we get submissions around the waste minimization bylaw, et cetera, continued frustration in this community at why we don't have a soft plastics collection. I think it would be good to put that right through a trial just to test it out. So what we're proposing here is that at Awapuni and at Ferguson Street and at supermarkets, that there would be a trial. It doesn't specify the term of that trial, but there would be a trial and then a report back to council. I think that would be a helpful insight. And again, as officers indicated, direction from the table would be helpful in that regard. So I'd ask for your support on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barrett. Given that this is additional, we will come back to this, but we are still going on with the questions. And Your Worship, you had some questions. Oh, we're not sorry, debate.
If I could just, I'll comment on both if that is okay, just the which I think I'm seconding, and the substantive as well. Look, thanks to the officers. My two colleagues, look, I do agree, but just in terms of balance too, we give ourselves a little bit of an uppercut at times. We've done pretty well in the sustainability and generally the waste space. Yes, things have gone up, but they've gone up dramatically everywhere else. And if anything, we might have stemmed the flow a little bit. If you look at tyres, if you look at recycled wood, if you look at concrete, and even what they're doing now with some building products as well. So I do think the good contractors will have a skip for the recycled stuff and a skip for total waste, and the total waste is normally the last skip to go, and in most cases the smallest, because there is value in those in recycling those building products. Yeah, education's the key, I think, rather than more the carrot than the stick. But look, this trial will be interesting. And again, just thanks to the officers for quite a lot of work in the background to see what others are doing as well. Can I just comment, Madam Chair, just on the amendment? This is a long time coming. If you think about the base of manufacturers, if you think about your own consumer, there's still a lot of packaging plastics around, and at the moment, every single large bag from a TV or recycling waste from, say, pharmaceuticals or pipe manufacturing here in Palmerston North from distribution centres, all goes to the landfill. And that's really we've got to we've got some options to change that. So I'm hoping that the officers can get onto this quite quickly. And to me, it doesn't need 6 months. I think it can go a lot quicker. I'm sick and tired of taking my waste, my plastic, over to different cities to dispose of it. So I think we can. I hope that others can support this. It's been a long time coming. It's not the first time I've commented on this subject, and I just want to acknowledge that we are slowly getting there, but we can go probably a little bit faster. So I hope you can support both the substantive and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks very much to the officers for all the hard work that you've done. I also want to support all recommendations, including the new ones that have been put forward. And thank you very much for all the consultation that has been done to date. So I really appreciate that. But just want to say that I support all the recommendations going forward and want to see us moving forward in this direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Chair. I have got some questions to officers about the additional recommendation around soft plastics. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, the first one is, have officers already got a plan as to how they might do this trial? The next one is, how much would it cost? The next one is, what are the options for doing this just on this recommendation, or would we be better to get a report back from officers on feasibility, budget, timescale, goals, etc.? Sorry, there's a lot of questions at once, but there you go.
Through the Chair, Acting Manager for Resource Recovery, Natasha Hickmott. So your first question, in terms of feasibility, we've actually had a conversation with Soft Plastics New Zealand yesterday. So we're well underway in terms of the initial planning of that. The second question, costs. In our conversation with Soft Plastics New Zealand, we know there is some potential funding from them. What we don't know is whether that will cover all of our costs and whether all that will impact our resources to do all of our other activities that we do. So we want to work through that before we come back with an answer. And your third question is, absolutely, we can come back with a report with you once we have all that information.
Okay, so we actually can't say at the moment how much it's going to cost.
Correct.
So, thank you for those answers. Can I now go into comment?
Yes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Sorry, this is a bit messy, but just with this additional one, I'm not going to support number 5. It's not that I don't support the idea of trialling a soft plastics collection, but I just think we need to have more discipline when we're adding extra stuff when we don't know feasibility, plans, costs, or anything else. So I'd be happy to support that officers report back on the feasibility, costs, etc. of a trial. I've got no problems with that, but I'm not jumping straight to trialling something without a budget. And I do think, given the constraints the government has put on us this week, that we're going to have to be a lot more careful about accepting additional recommendations that could potentially have budget implications without having a report back first. So I'm very sorry, Mr Mayor and Councillor Barrett, but I think we need more information on this before we go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Chair, Vice Deb. Gosh, thank you. Yes, I was thinking along very similar lines to Councillor Johnson and actually would seek to move an amendment to the recommendation 5 that Council reports back on the options for a trial of soft plastics collection, indicating that Councillor Johnson would support that. Do you need me to write that down or can you just go with that? I'll let you put that one forward and we'll test the room about whether this is something that we want to step towards rather than step into directly, which I would support. I think the points have been well made. Soft plastics is something that the community is concerned about. That gap in the provision, which the officer referred to, you look across the country, soft plastics collection is happening everywhere else, and our community is asking why we're not doing it. So, yes, I would like to see what the options would look like around that, including the funding that might come towards it, as indicated by the officer, and then how we would propose to fill any gaps in funding should that be required. So that's my amendment. The other thing I wanted to talk about, which hasn't really come up in the questions, are the changes that have come through, supported by submissions in the event management space. And I was just really encouraged that the community were really supportive of the steps that we've taken over the last few years to strengthen our waste minimisation and diversion at those events. I think it's really important that we see this coming through, the challenge to council to lead and continue to lead in that space, not just to direct that at events themselves, but for council run events to, sorry, this thing's going on, but the council run events also lead in that as well. So really pleased to see the acceptance of the submissions from community on that. I think that sets us up for some greater success in that space. Thank you. I'd said options, but yeah. That'll be fine.
Sorry, could you say that again? Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
Just could the Chief Executive indicate a date when he thought that might be capable of being reported back?
Yes, through the Chair. Given the fact that our team appear to be already doing a little bit of work in this space, I'd suggest that we could probably bring back a scope at your first meeting in the new year.
February 26. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Kia ora, everyone. We're now speaking to the amendment, and if anyone has wishes to speak to this amendment, by all means. Mayor Smith, thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Look, I realise I've already spoken to both the substantive and the amendment. It's just a question of the officers again, just after Councillor Johnson's questions.
Yes, that's fine. You may proceed with your question.
Okay, so in terms of costs to any trial, my understanding, plastic's been light, of course, and that they're being collected by third parties. Our cost is mainly transport. Would that be, am I right in that?
Through the chair, Acting Manager Resource Recovery, Natasha Hickmott. Actually, no, the transport costs would be covered by the soft plastics recycling scheme. The biggest cost to council would be the logistics and the storage of the unbaled product, and the resourcing to bale it, and then the administration time to ship it off. So that's probably the cost that we haven't fully explored with Soft Plastics New Zealand and ourselves.
Okay, so in that realm, are we talking hundreds of thousands or are we talking tens of thousands?
As much as I don't like to provide estimates, we're probably talking tens of thousands and in the lower tens of thousands, yes.
Okay.
Storage being my biggest concern.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, look, as there's an amendment to the amendment, I'm happy to support the amendment to get some firm costs on what it is. The fact that we're discussing it and it's moving forward is the total aim of my my support of the original amendment. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Much like the Mayor, do appreciate the feedback from colleagues around the sensible pace to take this at, and I would hope that if we can at least get now the amended additional recommendation through, that the community can take some confidence that we've heard them and that we're prepared to start that journey of actually ensuring that we are not the only city in Aotearoa without this service available to our residents.
I just want to check with the mover, Councillor Bowen. Would you like a right of reply to that? None being had, we'll vote on the amendment. The Chief Executive report back in February 2026 on the scope, options and costs of a trial of soft plastics collection at Awapuni, Ferguson Street and supermarkets. Moved by Councillor Bowen, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Can I ask that we vote on that? Thank you. Thank you. That has been passed unanimously. And now we will go back to recommendation number 2 to number 5, thank you. Councillors, if you haven't already spoken to 2, 3, 4 or 5, you may do so. And we're going to open that out. Thank you. I've been instructed, should there be none, then we will go to the voting on that. Thank you. Councillor Denison? No. Thank you. We will vote on recommendation 2, 3, 4. Ka pai. Right, 2. Confirmation, does anyone want anything separated? Councillor Zabellin, thank you.
Okay, 2 and 3 separated, please.
For clarity, 2 and 3 together and 4 and 5. Ka pai. Thank you, Councillor Zabellin. So we will go to the vote for recommendations 2 and 3. 14 for, 1 against and 1 abstained. Thank you, that has passed. Now we move on to number 4 and 5. Recommendations 4 and 5 have been passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Now we move on to item number 9. Thank you. And I'd like to call the Governance Manager, Hannah White, to speak to us about these recommendations. Thank you. On page 97.
Te Maria koutou. See, before I've opened, we've got questions already. It's good to see people are excited. The item before you, elected members, are the Mayor's recommendations for appointments to both external and internal bodies for this term of council. There are a couple of small minor amendments that I do need to bring to your attention. The first is on page 102. That is the Palmerston North Defence Heritage Advisory Group. I'd like to add a slash there and also include the Palmerston North Medical Museum as a part of the military heritage portfolio for Councillor Arnott. And also in the Regional Transport Committee, and I'm just going to find that one for you, the Horizons Regional Transport Committee on page 104, the word substitute is missing, so that's our error, sorry, administration, that the Deputy Mayor would be the proxy for the Mayor in that situation. It's not that we have 2 seats, so the word substitute is missing there. Otherwise, just a very quick summary on behalf of the Mayor, who I'm sure will be able to speak in as well, but just to say that the aim here was to certainly spread responsibility where elected members had expressed an interest in a particular area, certainly to build continuity of relationships with community bodies so that they didn't just have one elected member to go to, but several, and to build continuity by building knowledge across elected members where elected members from previous terms may have been in a particular area for a longer time and able to share that knowledge with other elected members for continuity of our service to the community. You will well understand that there are limitations to that. Certainly where a group is our own steering group, the council is able to adjust its terms of reference should it see fit to the membership, but where that community group is an external group to the council, we can't just turn up and say we'd like more seats at the table. Obviously they have their own constitutional arrangements, and so in that sense we've proposed some support councillors in those situations rather than more seats to make sure that we respect that balance. I think, Madam Chair, there's some questions.
Thank you very much, Officer. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report, Hannah. It was a question, and I apologise, I should have asked this when I noticed it and then forgot about it, but Community Arts Palmerston North Square Edge is down with Councillor Zabellin as the councillor, and it was my understanding that she'd stepped back from that position. In fact, we farewelled her at the AGM. So I think there's a correction there required.
I would need to look to the Mayor to know what the correction is to.
My understanding was that the Deputy Mayor was going to take the substantive role.
Yes. Yes, that is true, and the thumbs have gone up. The Mayor has indicated
pointing that out, Councillor Bond. So that's another correction for the minutes and for the table, that for the Community Arts for the Square Edge position, that will be the Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora. That was me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've just got some questions around the community groups that propose to not have representatives appointed. So we had some correspondence over the weekend. I understand that those groups have already been sent a letter to be told that council has decided not to appoint a representative to them. Is that correct?
Officers contacted them from an etiquette perspective to let them know that there was going to be an item on the agenda that indicated that the council was not intending to appoint to those groups this term, so that they had communication from us before they saw the public agenda, and the Mayor has also been in contact with them, I understand, to explain why.
Well, my understanding was that they were told that the council had made the decision. So is that not what it said in the letter?
I haven't got it in front of me, so I cannot confirm hand on heart that that was the language used, but that was certainly not the intent.
All right. So given that at least one of those community groups that's proposed not to have an elected representative has requested to have one, what's the process for making that change if council were to be so minded?
Your policy on appointments sets out that at the beginning of the term you will review which community groups council appoints to, and that would consider, it's only one line in your policy, but that you would consider the value that council adds to that group by having a member on it. So that is the process that the Mayor has gone through in the recommendations that he's put to you. Ultimately, council is approving the appointments, so should council be of a mind that should be, that having reviewed that position is different, then we could put up an additional appointment in the future.
Okay, so is it open to us to amend the report at this meeting to say that one of those groups that's been proposed not to have an external council representative would then have one?
Procedurally, I'd probably recommend to you that you just didn't put number 5, and that we then had a conversation about how you wanted to proceed with the groups that are mentioned in number 5.
So not put number 5 at all, rather than delete one from number 5?
I think it would be simpler at this stage just to not put number 5, because I'm unclear which group you're referring to, and I'm not sure all elected members at the table are either. So I think that would just be a clearer way to do it.
Okay, well, I'm quite happy to say that I'm talking about Age Friendly. We've all received an email from Age Friendly, so I'm sure other elected members are aware. So is it a question of not being able to amend 5 then, that we just need to vote against 5?
I think you could amend 5, but I think that the Mayor has also been in communication with Age Friendly Group over the weekend, so may have more information to add.
Well, I'll signal that I have an amendment coming anyway and leave it at that. Thank you.
Your Worship, would you like to respond to that? Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, if I could just, I'll summarise and then I'll come back to what Councillor Johnson, because there's a bit of a lag there in terms of commentary from some of the groups, and I've actually had response back from them saying they understand the process now. Perhaps the earlier letter beat me to contacting them personally. So hopefully that will allay any fears that we're not going through proper process and that we aren't talking to people. So look, at the beginning of each term, we look at what externals we have, and just want to acknowledge that we have 50 external appointments, and in our one-on-ones, a lot of you signalled to me that you felt that the burden was a lot, and was falling on a few of you rather than all of you. So what we've determined to do was take a little bit of a review. We didn't have reference groups in some of these places earlier on, and there is clearly some double ups, which you've all said to me as well that you've felt that is as well. So we looked at community groups or trusts. We have trustees as well on some of these where we're an external to the organisation. I think the officer explained where our internal ones, we control that sort of terms of reference, which is a bit easier to change. So we were mindful of that. There's obviously selection panels. There is project steering groups. They're time limited to a project normally, and some of them come and go. And then, of course, there's the regional representation, and that might get bigger than we realised when we started this paper. So we looked at the review side of it. Most of it makes sense. I mean, it's been quite a collaborative process. You've told me what you want to be on. Looked at the skill set. A lot of you said to me that at times you couldn't get to something. Could there be an alternate or another person, another councillor to help? And some of these roles are relatively large. Certainly reference groups where you've perhaps got a whole sector on your shoulders, and it's quite nice to share that with another like-minded councillor. So that's why we've got sometimes two with a lead. In terms of the groups where we look to perhaps not have a mandated councillor to, was obviously Aged Friendly, Hoffman Kiln, Melgra, and Manawatu People's Radio. There was also the housing group, so I've reached out to some of those members as well. That we were going to put that on the back burner at this stage and maybe review that mid-term. But the other groups, because of my sickness, my illness, I didn't get to them till late Monday night, early Tuesday. And I've had responses from a couple of the chairs. And now that they understand what we're doing, their fears were that they would just lose communication with council, with elected members and officers. But bearing in mind, all we're stopping is the mandate. We're not stopping a councillor from going to a meeting, to a committee meeting, to an event. And that was made clear. Also, officers just carry on as they are, and examples of that would be around the age-friendly status, around age-friendly plan. With the Hoffman Kiln, it'd be around open days, working bees, all those sorts of things. And they look, I'd have to say they're disappointed. I won't put words into their mouths, but they do understand. And at the end of the day, they understood what my recommendation was about. So I'd like to think we can support it because actually it came from you, the council. So I'm just really enacting what the majority of you came back to me on. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's any specifics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just around the allocation of workloads in this, that I don't know if it really reflects what has been discussed by a lot of members in the Mayor around spreading the workload with some members receiving quite a hefty chunk of appointments and other members not really getting many at all. And so that I'm just worried that that could skew the workload on some people a little bit.
Madam Chair, I'll start and then perhaps the Mayor can follow on. Just to say that there are some limits to some appointments. So some appointments are specify specifically that a particular role needs to take it. Where there is capacity to be a little bit more flexible, we've tried to do that. So, for example, I can think of the two committees with regard to the JC fund in the past have been specified specifically for the chair of the community committee or the equivalent. And so we've gone wider than that to allow for some flexibility and allow for 3 elected members rather than specifying the chair and deputy chair, for example. And we will need to then fix that up when we come to that appointments policy in February, which is up for review. So we've certainly given a mind to that, but as to ultimately size of workload, I'll let the Mayor speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do you want to respond to that question?
Some things that we just, that like regional representation, it's expected that the Mayor or the alternate is the Deputy Mayor. So I realise on paper that might look like a lot, and I certainly can't get out of that role. Look, we've got some specialty things like civil defence. Councillor Dennison looks after that, where I can't, or the Deputy Mayor can't. Councillor Barrett looks after passenger transport with his expertise in that area. Arts is Councillor Bowen. So we tried, and so on. Councillor Johnson with community roles. So we've tried to share those loads. There is only so many we can do, and it's really around the community groups and trusts where we can share that load. And I looked at what people wanted, and we shared it out in pre-publishing of the paper. 3 councillors came back to me. 2 said they had too much and wanted to lessen their load, and another wanted a bit more. So look, I've done as much as I can in that space. We've got a mid-term review on it. We'll see how it goes. Some of these roles are relatively large. Some of them are like 2 meetings a year. And I think that needs to be taken into perspective as well. And for the newer members, yourself included, and Councillor Kuru, look, I've tried to share out roles where you had an interest, and 2, where I didn't land you chairing a regional transport committee, as an example. So, yeah, I've done the best I can, knowing what's involved.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just before we go to the next question, I did just wanted to add something. We were tasked with speaking to the Remuneration Authority, you'll remember, when we looked at remuneration, and the council raised their concern that I raised this because I think this is related to this conversation. The elected members raised that they were concerned with the language that the Remuneration Authority used with regard to councillor with no additional responsibility. So I spoke to the Rem Authority about that just this week. I put it in writing to them, and then they called me back. And they wanted to reassure the council that although the language that they're using is exactly that, councillor with no additional responsibility, that they are well aware that any councillor has a significant level of responsibility, regardless of anything else that's put on top. So just wanted to reassure you of that.
Thank you for that clarification, Hannah. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add on to Councillor Johnson's questioning, I do have in front of me the communication that was sent to the Hoffman Kiln Trust, where it said, just wanting to let you know the council has decided not to appoint a council representative, and I suspect the language has been the same for the other groups in that regard. I just want to understand, prior to a decision being made, same as Councillor Johnson, why that language is being used, because I can appreciate why from a community group's perspective.
And I would appreciate why you would raise it, because it should not have been used.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Your Worship, do you want to respond? No. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I did. I was always going to contact them because I know it's appreciate these people are putting their volunteer time in, and they're looking to council to for a little bit of lead and obviously a little bit of support. So the whole idea of explaining to them the workloads of councillors, and this is just external appointments. This is not today, your Wednesdays, your committees, your council work, and indeed other events. So I think they understood that once it was explained to them. It's just a pity the letter went out perhaps prematurely and obviously incorrectly worded. I had no idea they got a letter too.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Hannah, I think that's the end of the questions. Thank you very much. And do I have a mover and a seconder? I'm happy to move. Seconded by Councillor Dennison. Yes. Councillor Dennison.
I just want to, I'm happy to move, second the recommendations, but I have a mind for age friendly. So if somebody makes the amendment, I'll just indicate why I've seconded it. I might have a mind to have that amendment considered. But so,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yes.
Unless, yeah. Okay, is that right?
I'm happy to go with that. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah.
Madam Chair.
No, sorry, just a minute. Thank you. So I've moved that, and Councillor Dennison has seconded that, and 1 to 5. And I too, I support 1 to 5. However, I would like age-friendly Palmerston North to remain in, and I'm going to just pass it over to Councillor Johnson to make a comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did email an amendment to the admin staff, so hopefully they got that. But basically, my amendment is that we delete age-friendly from recommendation 5, where it says council note will not appointment. It's a kind of double negative, if you know what I mean. So if we delete age-friendly from that list, then we would appoint a council representative to age-friendly. So just explain the reasoning there. I hear the Mayor's comments about the workload, and we did say that we would like to reduce the number of external appointments if we could. However, that was before we'd had feedback from community organisations about the impact on them of not having a representative. And so just on behalf of Age Friendly, they made the point that they felt that they were in partnership with council over the age-friendly status of the city, and that is not at all the same as the seniors reference group. Age-friendly encompasses all ages from 0 to 100 and even over 100. Seniors is about seniors. Secondly, they're different COPAPA completely, and we have staff working on age-friendly, and we need to maintain that accreditation. And so I think it is really important that we do have an elected member representative, at least one, we don't have to have 2 as we had before, to liaise with Age Friendly and to make sure that we demonstrate that that partnership is still ongoing. So, look, I'm not opposed to reducing the number of external appointments. I agree with the Mayor's point that there are a lot of them, but I do think that having proposed it and heard back from an organisation that they would very much like to keep their elected member representative, then I do think it's worth reconsidering that. I haven't spoken to all of these groups. I did speak to a representative from Marlborough who said that they understood and that they felt that they had good relations with some councillors and that those would continue. So I think they were less concerned, but Age Friendly were concerned, and I believe all elected members have received an email from Age Friendly expressing their concern. So I would ask you to support the amendment. I don't think it's a huge amount of extra work to add in, given the scope of work that we have already. And I think where we have got a relationship with a community organisation that's been ongoing, I think for 10 years actually, Age Friendly, that should continue if that's what they wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bowen, is this with regards to the amendment? Thank you very much.
To support the amendment proposed by Councillor Johnson, look, I'm very much in favour of the direction that we started to take in this term of council, which reflects the success of the reference group structure that we've set up, which is our elevated connection with groups of community. But we're not consistent in how we're approaching this, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's important. The most important thing is to hear from the community groups concerned. So if I take, for example, the Heritage Reference Group, and which I've been part of since it was established, I was very supportive of us saying if groups have representation onto the Heritage Reference Group, then do they need a individual councillor appointed? And in the case of Hoffman Kiln, we've said no, they probably don't, and Hoffman Kiln haven't come back to us to tell us differently. But the Defence Heritage Advisory Group, we've remained having an elected member appointed for exactly the points that Councillor Johnson makes, that it was a perception there and a very strong feeling from that community group that their scope of work was wider than just that turned up in the Heritage Reference Group. So I think it's fine to take that as a principal position, that if there's a reference group, you wouldn't normally expect just to appoint two groups that are represented there, but that's a question for the community groups themselves to see if they're comfortable that their interests are represented in that way and that they have confidence in their connection through to elected members. I think we've heard from Age Friendly that their scope is wider than this. They'd like to have that formal connection. And I think we've heard from some elected members that they'd like more things to do. So we seem to be able to solve that problem ourselves. So I support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. And just a reminder to those waiting to speak that we're just referring to the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a procedural point that our standing orders prohibit the mover of a motion from then seconding an amendment. So I just ask if perhaps there was somebody else willing to second the... Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, thank you.
Just to speak briefly to say, I mean, the Hoffman Kiln Trust have come back to me as their previous appointment and have said that they are naturally disappointed. It's good having energetic people to do working bees and paint sheds and all that kind of thing. And so I've assured them that I am still available over the summer to help them paint. But if any of you would like to go along and lend a hand to the Hoffman Kiln, I know they'd appreciate it, even if we're not represented on their trust.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think why I'm very supportive is not so much around workload, it's around recognising our age sector as a growing demographic. We had last week at our retreat distinguished Professor Emeritus Paul Spoonley, who shared a session around social change and the demographic movement. And New Zealanders are living longer, and we have a growing percentage of our communities that are ageing. And so I think as a forum and us having representation on it to link back into council decisions is very wise. And so I for no other reasons, I think the data would show that this is an important appointment. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Dennison. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondered if I could ask a question to be able to make an informed decision. Is there a councillor wanting to join the Age Friendly?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. We can deal with that in the new year.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship.
Madam Chair, look, I'm not going to lose any sleep over this. I only put up what you as councillors suggested to us. So the fact that Age Friendly are there is because we identified it as a group. So, and look, to Age Friendly, and I understand there's probably representatives in the gallery. The chair and I have communicated, and although he's disappointed, was understanding of what the original intent was. Look, again, I'm not going to lose any sleep on. I'm reading the room. I just would say that perhaps we could look to Councillor Johnson and Councillor Bowen as the representatives for this extra work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Now we're going to vote on the amendment, please. That has been passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Ngā mihi kia kōrua. We're open for any other comments pertaining to the recommendations. Thank you, Councillor Hapeta.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to say one comment about the new steering group, which is the International Partnership Steering Group. I think this is actually a good steering group for international education in particular, because I think that it's good to be recognising a steering group for education in the city. And I think for Massey and for UCO, or whatever the name of the institute will be in the future, I think it's a good steering group to be putting together. So I think that is good that we are doing something along these lines. I have represented both these institutes in the past, but I think having a formal steering group is a really good idea. So well done for putting the steering group together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hapeta. Councillor Wood.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly to say, because I don't think there'll be another opportunity to do so, a word of thanks to Councillor Bowen for her leadership on the Creative Communities Committee over what I believe is fair to say a decade, 12 years. I was a member of the Creative Communities Committee well before I became a City Councillor, where Councillor Bowen was a chair. That's when we first met, and I'm sure she would attest I've been a pain in her side ever since then. So it is a real honour to be stepping into being the chair of the Creative Communities Committee. That is a committee that does an exceptional amount of good work throughout the community, and Councillor Bowen, your commitment to the arts and your contribution to supporting the arts, I don't think should go without mention. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Wood, and wonderful comments and well deserved as well. Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that has gone into pulling this together. I think I counted about 98 appointments across all of those groups. And looking at that, I don't necessarily think we have achieved a balance of workload that we had talked about. However, as some of you are aware, I have checked in with a few of you who I perceived have got a very heavy workload, and you seem happy with that. And given that the Mayor has said that people can resign from these positions if that becomes an issue, and given that there is a review in 18 months, I'm happy to support that recommendation on that basis. Recommendation 3, however, I will ask the Chair if we could separate that one out. I won't be supporting the new steering group related to international partnerships. That is about strengthening Palmerston North's enduring relationships with numerous international partners, as outlined in the terms of reference. I'm not sure where this idea came from originally. It wasn't necessarily part of those original conversations that we had at the beginning of this term, but I've got a real concern with the increased activity. I know many of you have heard this from me a number of times. Increased activity in this space, and I have tried to observe to see benefit from that investment. I have seen minimal benefit from that investment over the last 9 years. Certainly with the constraints around our funding, I believe this is an area we need to pull back on, not increase and expand. So I will be voting against the establishment of that steering group, but happy to support the other recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Naylor. Your Worship.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I was just going to give some general comments, but I will respond to just the last speaker as well, because it just seems to be something that we seem to forget, that we have a significant international education sector, which majority or vast majority of you know. So look, I'm just the conductor of this. You actually gave me what you wanted, what we could do. So I'm a little bit surprised about the workload comments, and you have actually had opportunities, numerous opportunities to say, hey, I've got too much or I need some more. So again, that door is still open for you if you feel some of you don't have enough. And where we can siphon off some of the work that is perceived to be too much for some others. Can I just acknowledge councillors that did come back to me? Thank you for your feedback. That's been really, really helpful. And just to acknowledge Councillor Zabellin, that was a timing issue around Square Edge and the Deputy Mayor coming in, so just apologies there. Meeting sort of their meeting beat our meeting schedule. On Councillor Bowen too, thank you for your service to the arts and that creative communities, and that was something that you signalled you wanted to get out of, and of course we've got Wild Base as well in the background too. So look, there is a bit of transition going on. So just on number 3, this is something that you know, we can politicise this as much as we want to, but we have a major institution called Massey University. It's got a new Vice-Chancellor. We know that there'll be a push back into international. That's already started to happen. We have New Zealand's oldest and leading private tertiary institution, IPU, and we have one of New Zealand's bigger polytechnics, UCOL, which, as Councillor Harper has said, has just been going through some transitions. So that sector was worth in excess of 53 million to the city directly. So we are talking quite a significant sector. That's just international education. If you then take into the research, the multicultural aspect of our city, plus the business side of it, and the international investment. My understanding is we're the leading regional city with international investment that has come to us over the past 2 decades. You just need to look at Toyota New Zealand, New Zealand Pharmaceuticals, DKSH, and smaller companies like Norsk Rail, who all have international owners and have all chosen to stay and set up in Palmerston North. There's a real reason they do that. It's because of our international connections and our international outlook. So please, councillors, don't play politics on number 3. I'd ask you to vote for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. There being no further speakers, I'd like to say a few things about this. I think that it's wonderful where we've got to with this, but my observation over the last 3 years has been that every councillor around the table have absolutely loved being in those community groups and organisations, and even if their name isn't to that, they are supportive. And I think that it's one of the ways we can see how vibrant Palmerston North is. And it's fantastic because we can see the diversity within our community and we can support people and organisations and committees. And it does add mana when you have a member of council there. So that's fantastic, and I thank each and every one of you, especially those of you who've been here longer, because you have contributed quite significantly, as we have heard. That me to Councillor Bowen, and all of you who have been here far longer than me have done exceptionally well, and even in more recent times. And I don't think that's going to change. You're going to go into those committees, those organisations with great support and with good heart. When I grew up, one of the, last century, and when I grew up though, Palmerston North was referred to as the knowledge city. And that's a really good thing. I would hate for us to lose that. And I'm referring to recommendation number 3 in particular. When we talk about having people here, we've got in excess of 135 ethnicities who call Palmerston North home. And they have added colour, texture, vibrancy, knowledge, and a whole lot more to our city, and continue to do so. They work cooperatively and collaboratively with them, and it's a win-win. Those of us who have been to the functions such as the Multicultural Council's events, we can say hand on heart how fantastic those are, and the support they give us as well. I want to talk about the social, the cultural and the economic benefits of working with other people. I remember Professor Meihana Jury some time back made comments that we need to interface with people. We are global citizens. And to be global citizens, we do have to interface and interact in good faith with those of other cultures from other countries. And following up on what Councillor Dennison had said, it was quite illuminating for me when Professor Paul Spoonley spoke. In 10 years' time, a third of our population will come from overseas. The dynamic within our society will be different to what it is now. 10 years isn't that far off. I don't think I'm going to be ancient in 10 years, but hopefully a lot wiser. But, you know, there's great benefits of us being involved, not only in our communities, but also in the global setting. So I support all of these, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and I thank you once again, everyone, for fear of going on. I can't name you all, but you know that each and every one of you have been outstanding and genuinely supportive of our communities within Palmerston City. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, I think we're ready for a vote. And we'll vote on 1, 2, 4 and 5, thank you. Oops. I've made closing comments, sorry, Councillor Arnott, thank you. So on 1, 2, 4 and 5, with regards to these recommendations, please vote, thank you. And that has passed 15 for and 1 against. Thank you. And now we'll be looking at moving to recommendation 3, that Council approve the terms of reference for the International Partnership Steering Group, attachment 3, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dennison. And can we vote on that? Thank you. And that has passed 13 for and 3 against. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to take a bit of a break and we'll be back at 10:50 back in the chambers. Thank you very much. Kia ora everyone, can I please ask that you take your seats? Right, everyone, we are now on to item number 10. Hoi hoi. Thank you very much. We're now on to item number 10, page 123, and I'm going to ask our governance manager, Hannah White, if she could please come to the desk and speak to this, to present it. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The meeting schedule proposed before you is actually for the next 18 months, from February 2026, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Barrett, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Hannah. Just wanted to ask if I'm reading the calendar right, that we're putting the long-term plan hearings in 2027 in the school holiday period?
Yes, it is. You have asked, well, the previous council requested, might even be the council prior to that, that we keep 1 week of the holidays free. So in order to be able to map out a full consultation period, yes, the hearings for the LTP would need to be in one of the weeks of the school holidays. What we have noted, and the communications manager was in the room but isn't now, is that we do see a different uptake in the actual consultation if consultations held over the holidays. So the good thing about where the holidays sit in that year is that the consultation period will be not in the holidays, but of course the result of that is that the hearings will be.
The hearings would be, right. Okay, thank you. And just wanted to understand, the terms of reference around the hearings committee does indicate that it will meet as and when required rather than having fixed meeting dates. But in planning this diary out, was the expectation that those hearing committee meetings would be able to filter into the Wednesdays, or is it now so full that we're likely to have to be exploring other times to convene that committee?
I have done some initial thinking on that, Councillor Barrett, but I was hoping to actually have a meeting with the chair of that committee in the new year before I made any moves on it. In the past, the members of hearings panels have got together on a quarterly basis, and it has been on a Friday and it has been digital. So there are some maybe potentially creative ways that we can work through that if we cannot put it on a Wednesday.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just at the bottom there, it talks about meetings are streamed live and available on demand on Council's YouTube channel, which we are all aware of. Then to the left, it talks about different venues that could possibly meetings could happen at. And I'm just wondering under what circumstance we would meet in a different place and whether the live streaming would be achieved if we did that.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Naylor. This is me trying to future-proof any potential for moving a meeting, not necessarily saying that we will. So in the past, we've also listed venues. We've listed marae, we've listed function centre, etc. The committee chairs could potentially request to then have their meetings at a community venue should they wish to, but I think you point out something which is the reality of the situation. If we were at another venue, we would not necessarily be able to stream. It would be at an additional cost to do that, and technically not impossible, but we could do it for less cost, but the quality wouldn't be what it would be if we were in the council chamber.
Okay, so what would be the process for a decision to be made to have a meeting elsewhere if that was perhaps something that couldn't be provided?
Sorry, can I get you to answer the question again?
So are you just talking about like in the case of an emergency, a disaster or emergency, or are you talking about just having a bit of variety about where we meet?
So
I'm trying to understand.
yeah, great. So if you approved it for examples like emergencies, because under the Local Government Official Information Meetings Act, we have to notify the public of where meetings could be held.
Okay.
So I've done that through this mechanism. Of course, if there was an emergency meeting or a meeting that did change, if there was an emergency meeting, you would be notifying that after the fact to the public. If it was a meeting where we had sufficient time to meet the requirements under Lagoima, then we would be notifying the different venue, and it would be from one of the venues listed here.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Harpeta, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions from me. The Finance, Performance and Audit Committee, is there a reason why there isn't one in February? That's the first question. Second question is, do we think that they're having it just in one day a month, is that going to be enough time with such a bigger agenda in this terms of reference?
Reason for not being in February is that finance, performance and audit is going through until December, whereas community resilience and stability is starting in February and going through to November. So to have a fair number
I wasn't asking about the other committee, I was just asking
So,
about...
sorry, but that's the reason, is that to make sure that both committees had 9 meetings in the year.
I'm not interested in the other one, I was just interested in finance, so that's what I was asking
Yep.
about.
So to ensure that there are 9 meetings in the year, finance is going March through to December. There are only X number of meetings, X number of Wednesdays in February, unless elected members wish to start prior to Waitangi Day, in which case we could potentially put a finance, performance and audit meeting in February. And the second question, do we think there'll be enough? Ultimately, we will work, the Chief Executive will work to make sure that we balance the amount of work that needs to go to each committee at each meeting, that you have it more often than the equivalent committee last term. We're hopeful that we'll be able to do that. For example, with the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee, you have quite a lot of quarterly reporting. So at this point, and I haven't actually discussed this with the Chief Executive yet, I would be looking to, for example, have where your quarterly financial and non-financial performance reporting's coming, that you don't have your health and safety and wellbeing reporting in that same meeting, so that you split your quarterly reporting across different months, so that across the 3 months of the quarter, it's a fair load.
But you've also got your audit as well in there as well.
That's right. So strategic risk would potentially go in that 3rd month of that quarter, so that you would balance the load across each month.
And then you've also got your transport as well in that committee as well.
That's right. So in any of these committees, they have a higher load than they did in the last term, simply because you have less committees. So if we are finding that we're not getting through the work, either we'll need to defer the work or we'll need to relook at the committee structure.
Yeah, I'm just saying this committee is really loaded up, so I'm just wondering how we're going to fit it all in this calendar. That's my question to you. Do you think we are going to be able to do it?
Through the chair, as Hannah's just explained, is that we will be looking to balance the work on this committee in consultation with the chair and deputy chair. As you know, we've got audit and risk and assurance that was last term, and as Hannah's explained, quarterly reporting will happen on one of the meetings, risk and assurance matters will happen on the following meeting. It will be balanced out through the course of the year. It is manageable.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, a couple of things, and perhaps just to answer or help with the last question, was that you've also got council, of course, as well, where anything can come to council if there is a big overload. And again, what we've proposed is what the majority of councillors have asked for. So just a question from me, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's probably a comment because I have been party to the report as well, is the day of Wednesday, and I appreciate that there is one elected member and possibly another that we're looking for another day, and I look, I'm sorry, but it's really hard to balance some of those things. Wednesday has seemed to become the more regional day for everybody, so the regional council, MDC, they've all moved their days, meeting days as well, to align with us. There's going to be a lot more alignment regionally as well. On Monday, there was a big regional forum, and the Deputy Mayor was at that for us, but there was a strong alignment around what we're doing calendar-wise as well. So I just want to acknowledge that, because it was mentioned and perhaps wasn't sort of canvassed as much as it could have been. So it's there. It is hard to move, but again, it's the will of council. At this stage, it's Wednesday. It's worked well. I understand staff like it. Regionally, it's liked, and in the community, it's liked as well. So, but appreciate it is difficult for one and perhaps a couple of elected members. So just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stick to a question. So, in light of, it's already been answered in the comment from the Mayor, Wednesdays were not considered. Any other day besides Wednesday was not considered.
At this stage, no. I was aware that there was a request from an elected member, but that it had only come from one. So no, organisationally, we did not look seriously at another day.
And no need for discussion on it.
Pardon?
And no need for a discussion on it prior to the calendar being put together.
I understand that in the communication from the Mayor to elected members after the election, that it was indicated that Wednesday was the preferred day, and that went out the week after the election. So there's been significant time for any discussion on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Hannah. I noticed that on months where there's an arts, culture and heritage meeting, that the community resilience and sustainability meeting is sort of going to the second Wednesday rather than staying on the third Wednesday, which results in a sort of an uneven gap between meetings. So there's kind of like 3 weeks between one and then 5 weeks between the next. Is there a reason for this?
Thank you for your question. I should have probably spoken to that earlier. Yes, there is. It's simply so that we can meet the legislative deadlines that are set in the Local Government Act for the CCO reporting. So it's because Arts, Culture and Heritage is responsible for those cultural CCOs which do need to report to the council by a set date.
Right. But would there be a problem with those meetings being a week earlier? Because at the moment, if we take March as an example, Community Resilience and Sustainability is on the 11th and Arts, Culture and Heritage is on the 18th. But if we were going to keep an even schedule for the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee, those two will be swapped around. So in actual fact, what you'd be doing is putting Arts, Culture and Heritage a week earlier. So
yes, which would not leave enough time for the CCO itself to turn around its accounts.
Okay.
Sorry, we have thought through that.
All right. It's just there will be times where there's a very short turnaround for that committee. Is that going to be
I don't think that necessarily that will be an issue, because again, we'll look to spread the what reports are coming, and it would be a very rare case where something went to committee and then needed to return to you in the next month. Usually, you may have put something out for consultation. There would then have been a consultation period, and so the hearings would be coming to the following month anyway. So I don't foresee any challenges.
Okay, thank you.
There being no further questions. Thank you, Hannah. Oh, oops, sorry. Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, just to answer Councillor Meehan's question, because I just don't think the officer did give it 100% there. Look, the other days were considered, Councillor, but on balance, we've come back to Wednesday. We actually looked at Tuesday, we looked at Thursday, balanced out what was happening within council internally. That's the first thing we look at. We then look at what our neighbours and regionally is happening. But on balance, we had to come back to Wednesday. So I wouldn't say it's been discounted. It's just it's come out as the clear number one. And I apologise that that doesn't suit everybody, but look, it is what it is. And I appreciate some may not like it. But just wanted to say it had been given some conversation. So to say it hasn't been is not entirely true. Thank you.
Any further questions? Ka pai. That being said, the recommendation to Council is that the Council adopt the meeting calendar February 2026 to June 2027, attachment 1. I'm happy to move it. Seconded by Councillor Dennison. And we're opening that up for any comment. Thank you. Councillor Meehan. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just feel like I need to comment slightly on that and explain. Last term, I put a suggestion forward that we move to a Tuesday or Thursday. Checked with several councillors, and they were happy with it. The process moved on, and it didn't happen. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not just trying to get a change in day for the sake of getting a change in day. I understand other people have full-time jobs that they're running as well as this, and that they've already got their calendar set in for Wednesdays. So I fully accept that. But I just wanted to point out that I put 12 hours of voluntary work into a local gym, boxing gym, with youth in the city. And it's something that can't be just bounced around or moved around. But what I was told was that Wednesdays would be managed, that we'd get finished in time to be able to go to it. And it's just not happening. There's more and more stuff getting put on a Wednesday, more and more workshops. The other suggestion I made was that workshops go to another day. I'm happy to work during the day as any other day during the day. Just those evenings from 4:30 to 8:30 are very tight for me. And like I say, it's 12 hours voluntary work a week that I'm committed to, and I've been doing since 1999. And I just wanted a bit of consideration around that. I don't feel I really got it, and singled out that I'm the only one. I think there should have been room for a little bit of conversation around it, rather than going straight to a decision. And that's just me just wanting to clear the air on that. I'm happy, I'll go with it. The problem is that we get ticked off as whether we're here or not, whether we're absent or whatever, for every little thing. So because of that, when there's a workshop that I can get the information on, the notes on, everything on, and be a part of, but if I'm not there physically there, I get ticked off as absent. And I just see it's all a bit rough when you go through it. When I say 12 hours a week voluntary work, that's provided I'm not going to a tournament of some sort over the weekend as well, or that skyrockets a whole lot more. But that's voluntary work with our community. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Hapata.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be voting for the calendar this year, and the reasons is that we've created two monster committees in terms of the Community and Resilience and Sustainability Committee and the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee, and as said, we've created them as a majority. Well, I don't think we did create them as a majority. It was because someone decided that this is the way we were going to do, and it was under discussion with all of us. Well, I don't feel it was under discussion with all of us. It was just a few people thought that this was a good idea. And I just think that this is going to create a lot of work and a lot of panic, and it's going to be a lot of hard work that's not going to be rushed. And I think we've destroyed a lot of other committees that were running quite well, and now they're not going to be given the good work that they were given before. So that's what disappoints me about this new structure that we've got going forward. So I'm disappointed with it, so I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the governance staff. I know this is quite an exercise to put together, so I appreciate the work that's been involved. And I'm personally quite comfortable, I'm supportive of how that looks, and I'm comfortable with the answers around how those big committees will work, and I do think there's some things to be gained from having more timely rollover of those committees. And certainly the time to, it is the Mayor's, one of the roles of the Mayor to propose the committee structure, and we will sign that off on the 12th of November, so certainly I support us moving on with that. Just wanting to acknowledge the comments of Councillor Meehan and support those comments in terms of my observations of the way this term has started. And traditionally there would be discussions as a group about understanding the needs of individuals and hearing back from anyone about what will suit the workloads of people, what will suit their lifestyle. This term has been quite different in that there has been a big absence of those conversations, and I think that it's worth acknowledging that just in terms of how we work together as a group, and I think it's important to have those conversations just out of respect for each person at this table. In the absence of those conversations, it can leave people feeling that they're not a part of those conversations. And while it's been acknowledged that the day of the week has been considered, that has definitely only been at a staff level or at a mayor level. But just wanting to acknowledge perhaps that it is a different tone where decisions get made without that conversation as a group. So I just wanted to respond, given that someone had highlighted that. Personally, Wednesday suits me personally, but I just wanted to put that out there because I don't actually know what suits the other 14 or 15 members of council, because we actually haven't had that conversation. So whilst we'll support this at this stage, but just wanted to make those that comment in terms of a way of working that is a bit more respectful.
Councillor Finlay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've been triggered to stand and speak. I wasn't going to speak, but both Councillor Meehan and Councillor Naylor have triggered me to stand up and say a bit. I also have major commitments in the community, and I had them in for years. And sometimes I have to miss out on workshops and get ticked away from it. And people say, oh, why weren't you at council? Well, sometimes a commitment to the community is just as important as a commitment to the council. Because that's what we are here. We're here to serve the community. And a lot of us will say, you know, I watched some faces when Councillor Meehan was speaking. And I thought, yeah, righto. And that's the nature of councillors, I suppose. They're right and you're wrong. And then I listened to Councillor Naylor, and I've been here a few terms, and this is the first term that I've been in this council where the councillors have not had a meeting to discuss the days, the committees, the process. Every other term I have been on council, we have had a meeting prior to the decision made as a council body, usually in a workshop, and we've talked it through. There's been comments made, oh, we've discussed it, or maybe there's a secret Illuminati that has discussed it, but I haven't been part of any discussions. I'll vote for it, but I am just a little bit disappointed in the process this year, because I don't think every councillor in this room has had the opportunity to have a fair say of what they would like to do this year. It's been a totally different process.
Thank you, Councillor Finlay. Your Worship.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I didn't think I'd had to comment, but just in light of some of the feedback, and look, I'll take that on the chin. Obviously, Councillor Finlay feels we haven't had enough time, and some of the others that do as well. And look, I'll take that on the chin that we should have perhaps come back together. I do remind you, we did have a discussion around what the structure would look like, and I've had 16 hours of one-on-ones with you, a number of different communications with you, but it's obvious that we did miss something in the process. So again, take that on the chin. That's my responsibility. Look, hearing Councillor Meehan, I can recall us last term discussing actually possibly either in a workshop or in the chamber around the Wednesdays and Thursdays, and my understanding was Wednesdays won out by some margin. But I do want to acknowledge you and your why you're leaving, and I think that's should be really acknowledged in terms of the community service. I really didn't understand the 4:30 timeframe as much as I do now. So if I'm chairing the meeting, and we'll certainly take that on board around the chairs, 4:30, it is a struggle for, I suppose, concentration for everybody after a really action-packed day from 9 a.m. and all the stuff that goes into the day. So really working after 4:30 in a sense probably isn't that productive. So I'll do my best, and hopefully the other chairs will as well, around that Wednesday at 4:30. Look, this is a balancing act too, and a lot of you don't want to come back for another day because of your employment needs, your family life, your other community stuff that you do. So again, that was a balancing act around pushing workshops to another day, because that's certainly been explored. So I think it's a little unfair that this is just carte blanche and there's been some secret decision-making process. It has tried to be as collaborative as possible. We can't please absolutely everybody. And I appreciate that there's less committees. As Councillor Naylor said, we signed that off a while ago, and I appreciate there's less chairs around the table now, and that may be influencing some of the decision making. And look, I take that on the chin. Majority of you asked for a simpler, flatter structure, and that's what we've got. Yes, there's unforeseen consequences with that. But look, I appreciate that I perhaps have missed a vital meeting there somewhere to communicate what you've communicated to me, really, and if there are any tweaks needed to be made. So this isn't a massive change from what we've done in the past. So again, we've got 18 months to check in. If it isn't working, if the day's not right, perhaps we can change it there. But please, I'd like to think you could support your own meeting schedule. Thank you.
I'd like to make some closing remarks on this. As most of you know, I've been a principal in a prior life, and the timetabler in schools is king or queen. That they're the ones who make some really big calls, and it's very, very difficult to juggle all of that. In fact, we sort of stay out of their way about this time of year. And everyone goes with their requests. So I acknowledge the staff and say thank you for doing the timetable, and I know that that can be a weighty task. The other thing I wanted to pick up on was Councillor Meehan, the volunteering that he does is hugely admirable, and I think that that's like all of you do voluntary work within our community, but that's also one of the reasons why we're all elected, is because we're, as in Māori, the term is he kanohi kitea, we're a face that is seen out and about in the community. So I wouldn't want Councillor Meehan to feel that that's not acknowledged, because it is, and thank you so much for all of that. We have got an opportunity to run this for 18 months, see how it goes, and then we'll get back to it. So I'm going to, obviously, having moved it, support this, and I ask that we now vote. Thank you. Thank you. That is passed 13 for and 3 against. Very good. Moving on to item number 11, I'd now like to invite our Acting General Manager of Infrastructure, Glenn O'Connor, to do the presentation on item 11. Thank you, Glenn. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors. The paper in front of us today is titled Transport Funding Update, NZTA Funded Budget Adjustment for State Highway 3 Detail Works, and really that's the nub of this paper. This is an NZTA funded set of works, 100% funded by NZTA, so it's very nice to be here sitting at the table not seeking additional council funding. So I want to acknowledge that up front. It's to cover the 3 or 4 main roads that were impacted by the detour: Cambridge, Salisbury, Saddle Road and Paetua Track. In short, officers believe this is a fair amount of funding to allow us to undertake the required works that were required during the period of the detour. There'll be minimal other impacts on our network. The works will be undertaken over summer, and again, we believe it's a fair summer work. So, seeking approval to adjust budgets within council's system. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Glenn. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, let's have the money, thank you. But my question is, this is future work for resealing. I wondered if there's any work that council's already done on these roads that hasn't been covered by NZTA subsidy.
Yeah, good question. We took these roads back as council roads. We took those roads back in the middle of the year, so there is work that we have been doing and will continue to do. Your normal maintenance, signs, line marking, any incident repairs, minor pothole types sort of work. But this major capital works is the only major capital works that's been will be undertaken since the road's been handed back, and this works will be undertaken, especially with the rain that's happening at the moment, will be undertaken early next year, sort of late January, February.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Glenn. Were any other roads in Ashurst busier during this time, or was it only the designated roads?
The network responded where some people chose to use other roads for a variety of reasons. I think we've discussed Wyndham Street at this table, where there was some increased use of those roads. The traffic will disperse and use the roads that people deem as the quickest or the easiest way to get there. But certainly these were the primary routes.
Thanks. And what do we know about the prior state of those other roads pre-closure of the Manitou Gorge Road versus their condition now?
Those other roads, if that's what we're labelling, are probably representative of our network generally, where there is some areas of failure, where there is some areas that need periodic work, but nothing that really jumps out as big enough for us to consider them as part of this agreement or settlement.
But they have had additional traffic on them?
Yes, Wyndham Street certainly had additional traffic on it.
Did we raise was there a conversation with NZTA about kind of a cost-sharing arrangement where some of the damage could be attributed to kind of baseline use and some of the damage could clearly be attributed to state highway traffic diffusing onto local roads?
Yes, certainly officers and myself had a number of discussions around what that could or should look like, and we believe that the settlement that we've got in front of us for these roads is a fair allowance for the damage across our network. Some of the work that we're doing on these 4 roads that I've listed was there prior to the detour route, and when we talk about resurfacing, resealing, we'll probably get on average about 12 years, I would hope, of the resurfacing for this work. So some of that work will go a long way into the future, and some of that work might have needed to be done a year or 2 ago.
Thank you. What I'm trying to determine is whether that view that there could be a cost sharing on some of the wider network was actually put to NZTA, or was that just held within an internal discussion within officers?
We discussed that with NZTA, and that was part of the agreement here.
So what was their response around any responsibility they might have to the wider network?
Yeah, the wider network does have some capacity in it. Those roads were able to take additional traffic, and whilst there was additional traffic, officers didn't believe after working it through with NZTA that we could attribute enough of that to the traffic to gain additional funding over and above what's in front of us today.
Great, thank you. I think that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Glenn. The paper focuses on the financial arrangements. Is there an opportunity cost since we're using our same contractor, or have they got additional capacity to do this on top of what they had already scheduled to do on the rest of our network?
Our contractor is very clear, and we agree there is capacity within the contracting world to take this work with no impact on our network or others' network.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that, Glenn.
There will be no impact on our contractor. They have got the capacity and capability to undertake this work in the appropriate sealing period.
Okay, so there'll be no deferral of repairs to other roads that had been scheduled?
No.
Okay. And secondly then, is there a time period in which these works have to be completed in order to qualify for the NZTA subsidy?
Yes, there is, and also we want to get this the sealing undertaken, and that'll be in this traditional sealing season, which is the early summer, late summer period.
Okay, but you know how sometimes NZTA say, well, you've got to have spent this by this date. Have we got a date on this?
No, we haven't got a date on this. If for some very unusual reason the sealing didn't get done, we would go back to NZTA and get the money carried over till next year. But I'd be very surprised if that happens. We've got our current sealing program. I want to say we're about 25% of the way through it. The rest of the sealing's program to be done by mid to late February. March now is fine for sealing. April's typically fine for sealing, so I don't see that as a material risk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harpeter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Glenn. Just one question from me around the community views. Have you had any discussion with the community about this work and when will it be done, and how have you communicated that with them?
We've had no specific feedback on this particular bit of work, but generalisation is that while people are very keen to have their roads resurfaced, there is always frustration when trucks and chip and noise is happening outside their properties. We wanted to wait to do any communications until we got a confirmation from this table, and then we'll do our normal pre-sealing communications and work with the community over the work.
So you will have a campaign going for the area to say that we are going out there to do it?
100% we'll do the communication campaign plan, 100%.
Great. Just saw Jess come into the room, so that's good to know. Great, thank you.
Any further questions to Glenn? There being none, thank you, Glenn. The motion or the recommendation to Council is 1, that Council increase the budget of Programme 139 Sealed Roads Resurfacing by $705,519.73 to carry out resealing works on local roads used as detour routes during the construction of the new Te Ahua Tūranga Manawatu Tararua Highway, State Highway 3. And number 2, that Council note the works will be 100% funded from NZTA subsidies. I'm happy to move that. Councillor Dennison is seconding it. Thank you, Councillor. And open for any comment. Thank you, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, the saying is obviously never look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'd say this is not really a gift horse. It's actually compensation, and in my view, only partial compensation for what our council's had to bear and what the community of Ashurst has had to bear. There is a very, very limited scope here, and it is simply about the pavements, nothing around the disruption, etc. You know, the language, even in the recommendation here, says local roads used. Well, I'd say in reality, if we were really talking about local roads used, it would be every single one in Ashurst. The reality is it's only about the local roads designated, and I think that that's far too narrow a scope. If you go for a look around, and some of us did have that opportunity, particularly in Wyndham Street, it's undeniable there's been substantial wear and tear additional on this village through, I think, 8 years of diffused state highway and ZTA traffic being loaded out into that village, and I am pleased to see that there's some recognition to the tune of 700,000, but my view is that we have been sold short. And, you know, when you look at that alongside all the other unfunded stuff that central government gets thrown at us, it is frustrating to see that we're again, as a community, as a council, wearing a cost that was driven, literally driven onto us by central government.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to make the point that although staff have noted that they don't think this will affect the other scheduled resealing over the summer, that it certainly was the case earlier this year when the Amberley Avenue Bridge was being done, that staff were diverted from that project by the contractor to another project, and that project then had a delay in opening. So I do want our staff to be vigilant to make sure that any other scheduled work, particularly where community is expecting that work to take place, does actually take place, and that we're not simply swapping out work that we said we would do for this work, because you know, past experience would suggest that there is the risk of that. So I'd like that to be kept in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Habita.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just one point from me was around communication, making sure that we are keeping our communication clear with the Ashes community about why we're doing this and where it's getting funded from, and being clear that where it's getting funded from, so that the people of Ashes know that it is getting funded from NZTA and that it is 100% getting funded from NZTA. I think we actually need to say that right up front, be clear about it, and make sure the work does get completed, as Councillor Johnson has said, because they need to know that it is getting funded and being funded right by NZTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really can't let what Councillor Barrett said stand unchallenged. So our community wears all of the benefits of having a new, effectively inter-regional highway. We get all of the benefits in terms of safety, all the benefits in terms of time saved, all the benefits in terms of economic productivity and growth for our community. And so yes, if that comes at the cost of a couple $100,000 of damage to local roads, that is a small cost to bear for the millions of dollars that we benefit every year in perpetuity for having this road open. And so this is fantastic. And I don't think we can sit here and be upset that we have not been compensated for every single dollar down to the penny that has cost in terms of roading, when we're not being expected to pay government millions of dollars for all the benefits that we get out of having it. Everything comes at a cost. This is fair compensation for the work that's been done, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo Councillor Wood's comments. Yeah, I think we're lucky. We've got a toll-free highway. Yes, maybe we could have negotiated more, but something's better than nothing, isn't it? And I feel thankful to the government for giving us this money, and let's grab it with open hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? I'm going to side with Councillor Barrett for the fact that I went to meetings, public meetings in Ashurst, and over 8 years, those people have experienced considerable disruption to their daily lives. Yes, I completely agree, Councillor Wood, that's a beautiful state highway, a corridor going over Te Ahua Tūranga, and there's no doubt that we have benefited as a city, as a region. However, I feel aroha for those people in Ashurst, knowing what they have gone through. And it's all well and good for me, and possibly others, to say that because it wasn't right outside my door. wasn't outside my house. We had had comments from people, they'd sent us communications saying, my house shakes, I can't sleep at night. All those, my babies keep on waking up because of the noise. And I just want us to sort of balance it and keep some perspective about that for those people who will never truly understand or know how much inconvenience I've had. But I suppose I'd be really happy if the government did all of our shifts to resurface the roads and every other road that needs resurfacing. With that said, it is good that there is money to resurface roads, and I'd like us to vote. Thank you. Thank you. That is past 16 all. And now we're moving to item 13, Casey Birchin House Delivery Review. And I'd like, that's on page 225. And I'd like to invite John Lynch down, who's our Manager of Venues and Events, to make the presentation. Thank you, John. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors. I'll take the report as read. I just want to make a couple of notes. Just in November 2020, Council received a Section 17A review for Acacia Birch. And in 2021, Acacia Birch management was brought in-house, initially under the Strategic Facilities Division, and then in 2024 brought under the Venues and Events Division. The report outlines the governance and advisory board structures to support Acacia Birch House. There's been several enhancements to operational, promotional, physical facility areas over the past 4 years, and utilisation has remained reasonably consistent over these 4 years, with exceptions being when the venue undertook some major floor structural works. Financial performance has remained consistent, and in the past financial year, this includes the budget for developing the Acacia Birch Draft Master Plan, which will be presented to Council in the new year for consideration. The Trust Board and the Advisory Group have been heavily involved in this process over this time. You will notice within the report, and hopefully I get this message right, but I'm sure Scott can help me out here. We've included the budgets and the financial performance for the past few years, but part of that it had been picked up in 2025 that there hadn't been any allocation of internal charges given to Acacia Birch. They're not additional costs to council, they're just the mechanism used to apportion across areas of council. Next year's budgets and allocations have also been recently getting reviewed, and the likes that you'll see in the report, it says remuneration in there for next year's budget, I think is $60,000. That's actually for temporary staff and won't be required, so that's been taken out. It's the internal resources that will take that. But we've also been looking at just how the allocation of the internal resources is done as well, made quite a few adjustments there. I can tell you just at this current point in time, at the end of October, after 4 months of the financial year, Acacia Birch is sitting around about $80,000 ahead of budget, and that's a reflection that some of those allocations were perhaps not quite on mark. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, John. Do we have any questions? Yes, we do. Councillor Naylor, thank you.
Thanks, John. Just firstly, looking at page 235 under outcomes and impact, and it talks about that council management has met the goals that were set out in 2020 and demonstrates that the approach has been effective, etc. Those goals, are they the goals that are outlined on page 226?
Yes, that's what it was referencing.
So how has council met the goal that the third bullet point down to achieve operational efficiencies and economic economies of scale to improve financial sustainability? How has that goal been met?
Sorry, which point?
So the third bullet point down on page 226, that you, I think you just confirmed that was one of the goals that have been achieved. I'm just wondering how achieving operational efficiencies and economies of scale to improve financial sustainability, just wondering how that goal has been met.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong point in the wrong table. Well, I suppose I'm saying it's more around the operational efficiencies and the way that we're conducting our day-to-day business. There's been quite significant changes made, especially over from when it came in-house to council, but then even more so over the past 12 months as we've installed, I guess you can say, best practice across the area. I guess the economies of scale is more around the involvement we have with the wider parks team and the property team, and economies of scale in the type of work that we're undertaking, and including it with other aspects that those areas are undertaking at the same time. So we're getting more bang for buck in some cases.
Okay, so even if the surplus is more, what you're saying is that more's being achieved for that investment, is that?
Yes.
Okay. Just second question, which may be to finance staff. The issues outlined on page 234 around the overhead review and the allocation of that 693, well, the first question is the 693,797 and outlined it for budget 26 for net internal expenses. Is net internal expenses the same as overheads, or is overheads just a part of that?
Morning all, Scott Manser, Manager of Finance. That's a really good question. There's a couple of things in that net internal expenses line, one of which is overheads, but of that figure, the predominant charge is actually the internal staff time being charged to the Keisha Birch budget. When the restructure that John alluded to earlier of the venues and events team happened and Keisha Birch got brought into that team actually sits in another part of council's budget, and then they are charging to the Keisha Birch activity. Most of that charge is that labour charge, which is made up of the remuneration of that particular staff member or multiple team members, and the overheads that follow where the charging goes. And John alluded to earlier, we've significantly had a look at those assumptions in the 27 budget that you'll see next week, and that figure actually drops by nearly 200,000, so it's about $500,000 in next year's budget as a result of the revised labour allocations. So yeah, it is the charging of staff time into Keisha Birch for the support that's given.
Okay, so how much of that amount is for overheads?
About 30,000.
Oh. So there's a lot of staff time, as most of the rest of that staff time.
Yeah, so there's 30,000 of direct overheads, and then there is the remainder of the cost is staff time and the associated overheads, which is about a 50-50 split on charge, which is consistent with every other staff member in the organisation.
Okay, so perhaps just coming back to my first question, going from a $81,000 deficit to a nearly $800,000 deficit, do staff still think that that goal of financial sustainability is being achieved through the changes here?
Yes, that is a good question, but I would refer you back to the previous table, which excludes that internal staff allocation. That's a true picture of how Keisha Birch is performing. The staff exist within the organisation, so if they're not working on Keisha Birch, they'll be working in another venue or something like that. And as John alluded to, that 61,000 is the temporary staff there, and with the support of the wider venues and events team, we haven't needed to spend that money of late. So we're predicting that $100,000 loss will actually be much closer to zero, if not positive the other way, given the support that John's team provides to Keisha Birch.
Thank you. So, but it's quite a different picture on the next page with that deficit being a lot bigger though when you've included the staff time, the labour time that's been allocated. So two quite different pictures on those two different pages. I'm just struggling to sort of reconcile that, but perhaps I'll leave that for now. But just...
I think, sorry, I just see Cam's
yeah.
mic's come on, so I might just pass over to him for a comment.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I just think I can possibly help a little bit with this. So in terms of the internal labour allocation, those staff existed in the business prior to and currently with Keisha Birch. I think what you're actually seeing is that, so you'll see in some other activities, labour that would have been a higher labour allocation for their substantive activity would have been higher, but because their skills are suited across Keisha Birch, you're actually getting the efficiency of utilising the capacities that we have in-house to do that work. You're getting economies and efficiencies of scale effectively because they're looking after one extra venue for argument's sake.
Okay, but are we to understand that the full amount that's been allocated to net internal expenses here is specifically related to Keisha Birch?
It is for staff who work across multiple venues and for which Keisha Birch will be one of those venues that they work across.
Yes, I understand that, but I guess my question is the allocation of that money, is that just related to the labour or staff time that is allocated to Keisha Birch, or is that actually including staff time that looks after other venues as well?
So a staff member may work over multiple venues, but the staff allocation to Keisha Birch is for the actual time that we budget for Keisha Birch.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the changes in overheads allocation, how many times have the overheads been reallocated to or changed in the last 3 years? Is it an ongoing thing that happens all the time, or is it just a few times?
I might lead with that one and Cam can support this answer, but you'll remember when we did the LTP, we revised the overhead drivers then.
Yep.
We also had to factor in, there was an organisational restructure and teams were moved around, particularly the overhead set. And then you'll remember we did a budget revision and tidy that up as part of the current annual budget. But what I can confirm, and I'm probably getting ahead of next week's paper, is we have not changed the overhead allocation methodology for the 26-27 budget.
Okay, and going ahead to budgeting, perhaps this is slightly outside of this specific paper, but do we have an option of having overheads as a separate budget not allocated to a whole lot of activities that keep changing, because it obviously clouds the situation somewhat? Is that an option available to us?
So under the Local Government Act, we have to produce a funding impact statement for our activities. To produce that sufficiently, we have to allocate the centralised overhead costs, so my time, for example, across via a driver to the activities of council. We can look at providing additional information to elected members specifically for internal costs, but we can't remove them out of these kinds of budgets from the external public-facing view and through all of our long-term plan and annual plan documents.
So that particular function can't be put within organisational performance or something?
No, because we have to truly show the cost of Keisha Birch, which includes the finance support that we provide to the venues and events team and then charge to Keisha Birch and the other venues.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the report, John. I know it's been quite a mission to bring all of that together. I had a couple of steps really about where to from here, I think my questions. How will a future performance reporting for Keisha Birch be dealt with?
Good question. And you're talking about like a physical report to council?
Yeah.
I suppose I saw this as probably something that once a year comes back to the council table, just on the last year's operation, so post the current financial year that we're operating within, so probably somewhere around October, November of each year.
Good. Thank you for that. I will probably seek to confirm that through an additional recommendation. And then in the next steps in the report, you talk about the master plan report is currently being reviewed. We'll present it at a future council meeting. The master plan is part of the delegation for arts, culture and heritage, so I expect we mean that that will come to a committee meeting. Have you got a time frame for that?
It's ready now. What I've been doing is just sitting back and holding on to it until this paper had actually come through council chamber first, and then was going to present the draft subsequent to this meeting.
Excellent. I'll look forward to that on the agenda for February's Arts, Culture and Heritage then. Thank you very much. And I'll bring that additional recommendation for the staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harpeta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's on the usage report that was just been tabled to us today. Have you got that in front of you, John?
Yes.
Great. So just on the numbers that are in front of us, John, from 2023 to 2025, so looking at the trend information, total bookings from those 2 years is we're down 124 from 2022 to 2025 for total bookings, and then on business bookings from 216 down to 95, that's 121. Have you got a comment on both of those?
Yes, I can. And I think I alluded to it within the report, and I tried to put a note there. Some of it, it's really about the methodology that we use and what we count as a booking. Since taking over a year ago, or 18 months ago, what we found was there's some inconsistencies with the way that we do our reporting for the likes of the Conference and Function Centre and for Arena through the booking system that we have. So the simplest, excuse me, the simplest way to probably explain it is if somebody was hosting an event and using 2 rooms at Acacia Birch, it's been counted as 2 bookings. So we've done away with that. That's 1 booking. So it's just brought it into line how we consistently report across all of our venues.
Also, comment on the business bookings, and they look to be quite substantially down. Is there a reason for the business bookings being down that much?
There's a couple of reasons. One is this exact thing that I was talking about.
Okay, so
but also the current economic environment's been a little bit tougher over the past year or so. That's definitely impacted. And also need to consider that there were times when the venue was perhaps not available because of some of the construction
that's
works.
why I've left out 2023 and 24. So I've left out that year. I haven't even talked about that year there, which is when you were doing the renovation. So I haven't talked about that year.
But a lot of it is to do with methodology that we're using and actually counting a booking. We don't feel it was a fair reflection.
Okay, so it's just down to the methodology.
Yep.
Okay. So do you use in your marketing? Do you go out to businesses and the chamber and go out to those avenues in terms of marketing the venue to the business community?
Most definitely. We've been working really hard with Jess's team and marketing on campaigns around Acacia Birch and raising not only the public profile but the different market segments to increase activity in different areas. And if you go online, you'll notice, I know I talk in the report that the website wasn't far away. Well, the website's actually live now. This report was written a couple of months ago. So we're building up the marketing collateral and activity representing Acacia Birch when we're away doing representations as well for Arena and the Conference and Function Centre, online listings with different wedding magazines and
with Cedar as well. With Cedar as well.
With Cedar as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, John. Scott. My question's about the revenues on page 233. So what does that revenue line encompass? Presumably, is it just higher fee or is it something else?
No, that's essentially higher fees.
Okay. So has there been fundraising by the Trust Board?
No, there hasn't been over the past 12 months, 18 months. we've talked about it a bit at the board meetings, at the trust board meetings, and their focus is really going to be aiming towards the master plan. And if council gives approval to that, then they're looking at identifying projects through there that they can go out and obtain external funding to get some of those action.
Okay, because my understanding was that one of the advantages of having a fundraising trust board was that they could apply for funds that council couldn't apply for. So, and in your paper at the start, it does say about the trust board that one of their functions is fundraising. I will find it in a second, but I definitely read it. New trust board, here we are. Blah, 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 fostering education and supporting fundraising efforts for new initiatives. So is there a drive within that trust board to look for fundraising opportunities?
I think there probably hasn't been, it's fair to say there hasn't been a lot of activity in that area over the past, but I can tell you it's definitely been on the agenda and part of the discussions over the last probably 3 board meetings in anticipation of the master plan coming to fruition, and for them to have projects identified that they can actually apply for funding for.
So what's the process for us to encourage them to have a more proactive approach to fundraising? Is that through?
I can certainly take that to the table, and there's obviously a council member that is part of the trust board as well, sitting at this table.
Okay. All right. Well, it's just my personal view at this point. I suppose we haven't had a vote on it, but I would be grateful if you would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I apologise to go back to the financials on table 1 and 2, page 233 and 234, but I feel, as a result of Councillor Naylor's questions, I'm still not clear on what's going on here. So net internal expenses is a term that I'm not particularly familiar with. So do I read that to be called overheads, or can you just give me a very clear understanding of what exactly that is?
I'll do my very best. There's several things. So there's directly charged overheads. There is internal labour allocation covering remuneration and the overheads that follow a staff member.
Can I just ask there, but remuneration is a separate line in this report, so how can remuneration be a line in the expenses and a line in the net internal expenses?
We don't have any staff that are housed as a Acacia Birch team itself. So the remuneration line, I think John alluded to this, is the budget for temporaries and casuals that we bring in over events. They're brought in specifically for events at Acacia Birch. So they are directly charged there. And John also alluded to the fact that we've actually realised we don't need that budget, so that budget has been removed for 26, 27 when that comes next year as well. The remuneration charge in the net internal expenses is the staff in John's team, which are housed in another council budget, charging to Acacia Birch for the number of hours that they work down there. So they're charged at a charge-out rate, which includes their cost of salary or wages and the overheads that follow that role coming in. Also in net internal expenses in other parts of the business, you have vehicle usage, you have internal printing costs and things like that, so they all get charged back through that net internal expenses. Their costs somewhere else in council's budgets correctly showing up in Acacia Birch.
So when you say we should take table 1 as the truer reflection of the Acacia Birch Trust's expenses, that doesn't include any of what you just described. It doesn't include remuneration of staff time, vehicle costs, all of that. So I'm just struggling to understand how we should take table 1 as the true reflection when what you're telling me is table 2 is where the actual staff time and management of Acacia Birch is allocated.
Yeah, definitely. So I think both Cam and John alluded to it. Those staff exist in John's team already and did exist previously and will continue to exist into the future. So that's why we say we should look at the external costs associated with Acacia Birch. If the staff aren't working at Acacia Birch, they'll be working in another venue. As I'm really hopeful that John will bring the venue revenue in another place.
Okay. So when you said that line is going to drop by 200,000 to Councillor Naylor, what's going to cause that drop of 200,000, sorry?
As John alluded to, one of my asks of the organisation as we produced the budget was to look at the labour allocation, and I'll talk more about this next week, but John has done so and actually realised that we had, in the budget, assumed too much time to the Keisha Birch venue, and actually they should have been allocated to either the arena or conference and function centre, for example.
Okay, so if a member of the public asked any of us, how much does it cost us to operate Keisha Birch Trust, and I said, well, it has a net deficit of almost 800,000, and you're telling me that's not really true because some of that would be stranded overheads because that's things that we do regardless, what does it cost? What's the deficit of Keisha Birch House?
Yeah, I would never quote a budget number because that is always a proposal, and I would always refer you back to the next column, which is the actuals for last year. And in that case, it was 365,000, noting that 230 of that was the recharging of staff time from other parts of the organisation. All right, so if, like I said, go back to the previous table, it's a $135,000 loss at this point, and we are looking to improve that over this year and into the next year.
Noting that table doesn't include any of our staff's time.
That's right, because they would be in another part of the organisation as well.
Okay. My final question then would be, appreciating the perhaps confusion you can feel in the room, would it be possible next time this report comes to us to get a clearer explanation as to what the true costs of operating Keisha Birch are versus the overheads that we'd have to pay for anyway, so that we can understand the actual picture of what's going on here?
Table 1 on page 233.
Can you appreciate why I don't feel that's an adequate answer, because that doesn't include our staff time?
Yes, I absolutely can. I can't get any more granular on the staff time because then I'm getting into staff salaries, which obviously we don't want to put in a public forum for a particular role.
Okay, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand it over to Cam for his comment. Thank you, Cam.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering whether I can help just a little bit more on that. Just to explain the difference between Table 1 and Table 2. Table 1 is a financial reflection of the additional costs and revenues for of having Keisha Birch in council. Both tables are true in some respects to say that you're right, Table 2 reflects the actual effort and other associated costs that go with it. But what we're trying to say there is if you didn't have Keisha Birch in-house, those costs that sit under net internal expenses exist within the organisation would be redistributed in effect across the organisation elsewhere. So it's, for argument's sake, if you didn't have Keisha Birch House, you wouldn't save 800,000 on the budgeted figures necessarily, because those costs, you can't chop someone's part of someone's arm off, for argument's sake, because they're working across multiple areas. But like I would assume, and indeed I would assume it would have things like the management cost in there, and it would only be part of a person's time overseeing the venue. They're overseeing other venues, for argument's sake.
Thank you, Cam. Councillor Harpeta.
Just a really quick question, Madam Chair. John made a statement at the beginning that Keisha Birch made a profit of 90,000 at the beginning. Did you not? Never. So it's never made a profit ever. Ever. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further questions, the recommendation, number 1, the Council received the memorandum titled Keisha Birch In-House Delivery Review, presented on the 3rd of December 2025. I'm moving that, seconded by Councillor Vaughan Dennison. Any comment? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the point around the tension in the questioning, I can see is very valid, because the figures have been exaggerated in that last year. in the last couple, if you take the increase step change. And what my concern is a little bit wider in the fact that the activities at the convention centre and the arena, I'm suspecting will have looked like it's decreased in some of that internal overheads to allocate to catch a birch. And then we have this illusion that that's operated another couple $100,000 more efficiently, or several $100,000s more efficiently, and that's actually not the overview case. It's just a moving of deck chairs. And so I think it's quite fair for councillors to actually understand the amount of physical hours it takes as presence to host these events at Catch a Birch specifically, like it would be with the convention centre if we can, and our other activity in the space, and then the overhead separated from the actual physical hours of hosting. And so that would be my desire, and if we can pursue that over the next year, that would be, I think, more accurate in these activities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report clearly highlights some really good work that's being done at Catch a Birch. However, I am a little bit concerned that I don't believe all of the stated goals have been achieved, as far as what I can see, in terms of the financial efficiencies that were identified as one of the goals to begin with. Whether you look at table 1 or 2, even table 1, you know, it's more than twice as much of a deficit as it was 3 years ago. And then table 2, which actually does identify some of those other the staff-related costs, even if you look at the actual for 25, which staff have said that's more of an accurate one to look at, we're still, you know, it's more than four times what it was 3 years ago in terms of those costs. I mean, I think, you know, what also has come out in this report is just an ongoing frustration that some of us have identified with the way that overheads cloud the real picture of what things cost. And I hear that perhaps there's some limitations under the Local Government Act about what we can do with that. I'd like to perhaps explore that more in future meetings, but I think we need to have a much more clarity about what those overheads are when we're looking at a cost, at an activity, so that we can really understand what costs specifically relate to that activity and what costs are overheads, general overheads across the organisation. So good to have this report come back. I'm not entirely convinced that bringing things under council control is the most cost-effective way of delivering some of our services. I'm yet to, that's something I'll be interested to. I think we really need to monitor that over time going forward. But good to get the report back anyway. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Naylor. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just making some notes there. Thanks for the report. And I just wanted to comment on kind of the history that's brought us to this point. It's gone 6 years now since we wrapped up the Section 17A report that led to the decision to bring Catch Birch House in-house. And that, lots of us weren't here then, but those of us who were will remember that was hugely contentious at the time, and strong community views expressed about their reservations as what would happen to this our heritage listed Grade 1 building that's owned for our community by the council. And there was a comment in the report which said that coalesced around a concern that this might become just another council venue. And that concern continues to exist in our community. The report lists the 5 drivers of bringing management into council. And certainly operational efficiencies and cost effectiveness was a strong part of that. But I think those of us who were around the table at the time knew very well that that would be difficult to achieve. And there were all kinds of reasons for that at the time, not least of which was the lack of clarity we had around the operating model that Catch a Birch was running under at the time. So this was always going to be a long game. I'm absolutely not surprised with the reporting that's come through, but I do recognise the very valid concerns which cross how council reports in order to enable us to get that granular level of information about any one of our activities. It's always a bone of contention around this table, whether we're talking about events and venues, whether we're talking about social housing, whatever the activity is, we struggle with these accounting methodologies. That's just what it is. So the reason that I've put forward this additional recommendation that this annual report continues and comes through arts, culture and heritage is to respond to that concern 6 years ago from the community that this doesn't become just another council venue, that we recognise there are 5 drivers for having this activity in-house, not just about financial reporting. I don't think we serve our community well if this just becomes a line item in our financial quarterly reports. We want to see how the operation of Keisha Birch is giving effect to the drivers the community talked about 6 years ago when we made this controversial decision, and I tried to hold that course through different trienniums of council. So I'd appreciate your support for that additional recommendation, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to end on a positive note. What a fantastic facility. I was first taken there in the early 80s by my uncle Keith Collinson, and the place was a rundown wreck and there were squatters living in it. So it's always fantastic to see it like it is now. Now, I've spent a lot of time there over the years, past life as a wedding photographer, and photographed dozens of weddings in there. And it was a pleasure for me last month to put a poppy place on Keisha Birch. It was accommodation in the Second World War. So look forward to putting that sign up. Look, it's a great facility. We're very lucky to have it, and what a great history it's got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's good to get the report back, and I think actually, if you look at the big picture, things are going well, to be fair. 2 points I just wanted to make. One is, echo Councillor Naylor's point, is that really as elected members, I think we need a paper on overheads allocation, because we're heading into a period where we're going to be looking very closely through the long-term plan at service delivery, and we need to be able to compare things on a level playing field. And we also need to be aware that if we were to not do service X, that some costs that at the moment are allocated to that service would still need to be paid. And we need to be clear about that so that it informs our decision making. So I really would encourage staff to give us a 101 on the overheads allocation, and to make it really clear when we're looking at budgets how much is actually costing, but also how much we would still have to pay even if we didn't do that service. Okay, because if we didn't have Keisha Birch in-house, we'd still have to pay for finance, we'd still have to pay for HR, we'd still have to pay for comms, we'd still have to pay for this building, etc. And at the moment, my understanding is that those costs are portioned out over every aspect of our business. So I really would just send out the call for, please, some real clarity on that going into these long-term plan discussions. That would be really helpful. Secondly, I just would like to, encourage a increasing revenue mindset in every aspect of council business. It's one thing to be looking at budgets and thinking about, well, how can we pay less for a thing? How can we reduce costs? But we mustn't ignore the other side of the equation, which is how can we increase revenue? Here's an opportunity where we have a trust that could apply for funding independently from council for funds that are available to independent trusts for heritage projects that are not available to us as a council. And we really must encourage them and any other revenue options that we have to increase the revenue side of things, because it's one thing to be looking at the bottom line saying, oh, well, this is the deficit, but let's look at how we could increase the revenue side as well as how we can reduce costs. So I'll just leave that there, but it's probably a line you're going to be hearing from me a lot in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Mickelad.
I thought the Mayor was going first. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support the recommendations before us, and especially too. Councillor Bowen actually beat me to it because I had a similar recommendation around an annual report reporting on the effectiveness of an in-house delivery of Cassia Birch. And as a councillor who's also on the trust of Cassia Birch, well, I mean, I share the concerns that have been raised today by many of some of my colleagues as part of this debate. But I want to say that, as part of our heritage, Cassia Birch plays an important part in the community in adding value to Palmerston North, is what a community and event scene. And I want to thank John and the team for the work that they've done and they're doing in this space to ensure that the house meets legal requirements and industry best practice. Guys, we have a jewel in the city, and it's great to see the utilization of the house increasing. I believe that this is largely helped by the ongoing promotional and engagement work that John and his team have undertaken to improve the number of visitors and maintain usage at the house. It's great to see that the community access has broadened, which was a barrier in the past as well. And the facility is now being used for a wider mix of events, including professional meetings, workshops, and also gatherings. And I think one of the arguments I was being asked, one of the arguments that arose when the Section 17 report was being done in 2020, in late November 2020, was largely around, do we have the capacity to actually deliver this in-house? And that was answered, yes. I was not on the council yet, but I was here at that meeting in November 2020. And in May, I believe, when we passed to actually have this actually brought in-house, we were given a lot of comfort around, or a lot of confirmations around the ability of us delivering it in-house. And the team, John and his team, and also the trust have done a lot of work over the last two years or 3 years, and have achieved also considerable. There's been a lot of achievement in how the house is operated so far. And for me personally, I think it's how we provide also support to the trust. And I share the sentiment that Councillor Johnson shared earlier on around how can we make sure that we increase revenue for the trust, and how do we ensure that we actually also engage in the fundraising activity, because as John actually highlighted earlier on, is that it's been very minimal, but it's also about upskilling the trust or the board to make sure that we venture into that direction in order to increase revenue. But I believe that a lot of the questions that have been asked around the financials will be coming back in that second recommendation as we receive a report that will give us all the information that we need to make an informed decision going forward. So I look forward to having that report. But all in all, I just want to thank also John and your team on behalf of the trust for the great work that you've done and to make sure that the house meets all its legal requirements and also industry best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's bucketing down out here. I think it's on its way to the city. Look, just if I could just echo and concur with pretty well all the comments around the table. I can understand the real questioning around the finances. I struggled with them as well, and had actually had a discussion with our CFO Cam just on that overheads, and I absolutely back Councillor Johnson around a briefing on how we allocate overheads within the organisation, because it's something that's just going to keep popping up time and time again, and it just would be really clear, one, to perhaps educate all of us on how they are pushed out over the organisation, and what happens when you start chopping, because the pie doesn't necessarily get smaller, it just gets allocated somewhere differently. So that's number one. Two, that we've got like Councillor Mickelard said, we have got a jewel. It's a Category 1. It was the former home of the Governor-General, Lord Plunkett. You think back to those times, certainly helped put Palmerston North on the map. The homestead has been passed down through generations, and, you know, the city was gifted it on the pretense that it had to look after it. And look, we've had a trust that did that initially, and they struggled. They really did struggle, and their sole purpose was just looking after that facility. So it means it's not an easy task. We've taken it in-house, and I remember those conversations around the Section 17A review, and we had former mayors and former councillors. Several of them made a trip to my office and just pleaded with me, if not to do it, firstly, and secondly, if we did do it, that we had to look after it and not just become another facility for hire. I think there's a real upside here as well. I do think things, if you take a macro view, it is going better, but the numbers just are all quite confusing. And I do think, like Councillor Dennison, they need to be shown better, maybe as venues as a whole, and then broken down into those different venues, and obviously where that allocation of overheads go. And, you know, a real understanding of what the facility does cost to run and what revenues. Now, on the revenue side, I just want to task the Trust Board with doing more. I know it's been a bit difficult with chairs coming and going and a little bit of change in internal managers. But to Councillor Mickelard and the Trust Board, I'm going to be meeting with you, and I've already reached out to the chair to try and get a meeting so we can understand what more we can do with this fantastic facilities. It does interest me that we've only had one wedding there in recent times, and really, as Councillor Arnott said, it was a well-used wedding venue many years ago. So I think there's a lot of upside on this. It is a beautiful facility. We've just got to keep an eye on things. Again, I back the call to have a regular update to councillors on it. And look, I think we've been given a snapshot. We've started the journey. It's getting better, but there's still a lot of work to do. So again, thanks, John and the team. And look, just keep going. It's tough work, but you are getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Naylor, if I'm not mistaken, have you already spoken to this? So do you have a question? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Just on recommendation 2, specifically, I'm really happy to support that. But just wanted to make a comment that I would also support an annual report for some of Council's other facilities, such as the Conference and Function Centre and the Arena, to also have annual reports coming to Council. I think those facilities have got large and growing deficits, and I do think more visibility and transparency would be appropriate. Obviously, those would need to come to different committees than the Arts, Culture and Heritage, but just I'm definitely in support of a better look at some of our internal operations. So we'll support recommendation 2 as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to have this as a proxy for annual budget discussions, but I do think it's a useful example for us to discuss in terms of how we understand the figures that are in front of us. So for elected members and staff, I'd like to take you on the journey we just went through. So last year, the actual expenses were 220,000, and the net internal expenses, aka the overheads, were 230,000. This year, they're 236,000, except maybe we don't need that 61,000 because that's for extra contractors and people that we're not going to do this year, so we're going to get rid of the 61,000 out of that 236, so it's really only 170. And of that 693,000 internal overheads, actually we're going to drop that down 200,000 to 493 because we've allocated too much time into that 693,000 that we don't think we'll actually need. And so last year, the real expenses versus the overheads were about 1-to-1. This year, it's proposed that they're going to go up about 200,000, in fact, over double what they were the year before. So it looks like, as far as I can tell, that the overheads are almost doubling from year to year. And if that's left all of you feeling a bit confused, that's how I feel. I don't understand anything from these numbers, to be completely honest with you. Even the Mayor said he's confused, which is very fair. And so I completely agree with Councillor Johnson. It's not that I don't trust that Cam and Scott and our team know what they're talking about. but it's that I don't know what they're talking about, and I don't feel like the majority, or it'd be interesting for elected members who want to put their hand up, that they truly understand what's going on here. I don't think any of us do. And so it would be really helpful to get a proper understanding, because it's not that I want to chop Acacia Birch, I certainly don't, but it would be useful that when people in our community who will go to this report and go, my God, Acacia Birch is losing almost $1 million, just sell it, get rid of it, you know, it's losing us so much money. I want to be able to go, this is the actual cost of operating it, so that we can defend things that we want to defend, and so we can make good decisions on things that we might want to look at. Like, it's beneficial, whatever side of the political argument coming from, it is beneficial for us to understand the numbers that are in front of us. And so I love Acacia Birch, I love what they do, I want to understand the true picture. I appreciate that's frustrating for our finance team, because I can appreciate you feel like you've given us the picture here, but I'm not seeing it. So I fully agree with Councillor Johnson, the Mayor and others, that it would be good to get a proper understanding of this.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, without wanting to put any more expense on this, it'd be really good to see some kind of marketing plan around Acacia Birch for marketing and maybe sponsorship. And I just think that just giving it a targeted marketing plan, John, would be great, because if we've only had one wedding in the last year, that is a real problem. So I think targeting a marketing plan for the venue would be great. But thanks for the work you've done today. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't think I needed to be in this debate, but just at the comment around sponsorship, I agree marketing. I would be reluctant about sponsorship, and certainly seeing if that sponsorship started to take a kind of physical form. I think one of the wonderful things about Acacia Birch is that it is a window in time and a place that you can go that isn't saturated with all sorts of sponsored by so-and-so logos and signs on the door, in the car park, at the gate, etc. So if we are going to have sponsorship conversations around this place, let's make sure it doesn't turn it into a tacky joint.
And on that final note, I'd like to move both. Myself, Councillor Dennison moved number 1, and Councillor Bowen and Councillor Zabellin moved number 2. There was no request to have them separated, so we'll move them both together. Can you? Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. So with that, I'd like to invite you to vote on both recommendations. Thank you. And that has passed 15 votes, unanimous. Thank you. Please turn back to item number 12, and we're going to keep going until about, well, we'll do this item, and then we'll have a break. Thank you. So I'd like to invite Grace, who is our Manager of Organisational Planning and Performance, and I also see Kian Lee over there, should Kian wish to get up as well, if you want. But welcome, Grace. Lovely to have you here. And over to your presentation. Thank you for item number 12 on page 131. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm presenting today on the Key Research Annual Report and Benchmarking Report. I won't go into too much detail on the information. Obviously, the reports are attached and they're very detailed already. I just wanted to, I guess, highlight a couple of things from them. So firstly is that, yes, we are seeing in this annual report a general trend towards some more negative scores. But I just want to highlight that that does seem to be the case across most councils, and we're not too significantly different from most of the averages when we look across that benchmarking report. In a recent discussion with Key Research, they did highlight they were expecting to see a bit of a change in the next annual report, and that the previous quarter that did come through council recently, we're starting to see a slight trend towards some more positive scores, but obviously we need to see that track across more than one quarter before we can definitively say it's a pattern, but overall we are seeing hopefully a change. But that negative sentiment does just seem to be largely around local government and media and government in general, both within New Zealand and internationally. So while the report is statistically robust and does provide a good indicator of sentiment in the community, it is only one indicator for council to review their performance against, and is not the sole source of truth for determining council performance. We do have, as highlighted in the report, a plan to do those focus groups that were approved in the current budget. So that will be done in the new year, in the start of 2026, and report on that, and any recommendations will come through to council once that is completed. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Grace. Councillor Naylor.
Thanks, Grace. Just in terms of next steps, I understand there's the focus groups. Are the focus groups, is the intent to understand the issues better, or is there any sort of solutions focused, are they, what are we doing in terms of coming up with solutions or an action plan to address some of these issues that have been raised in this report?
So I'll cover the focus groups, but I'll refer to the Marketing Communications Manager for the action planning. So in terms of the focus groups, the aim is to understand the problem areas in a bit more detail. So things like trust and confidence in council, that was one of the areas that highlighted would be a key area to explore in those focus groups. And that they would bring forward recommendations of what council could do following that. So there will be independent recommendations from key research following the focus group work.
Welcome, Olivia.
Good morning, Olivia Wicks, Comms Manager here at Council. I guess it's safe to say that since we started to bring that civic participation report to you in June, we were starting to look at ways that we could start shifting the dial, and I just wanted to give you a bit of an update on where some of these things are at and some of the initiatives that we are looking at that we can do within our current level of service and budget. You'll obviously have seen that we've now launched our email newsletter. As of this morning, we've got more than 2,000 people subscribed. The second one will be going out in the next couple of days. That is significantly more subscribers than we would have expected so early on, and I think that's quite insightful that people are keen to get some information in some different ways. And the feedback we've actually received as well has been quite helpful and positive. You may have seen in that we are looking at some of the data that we actually already collect and how we can use that better as part of our storytelling and communication. So, if I look at, say, infrastructure, we have data on things that we've repaired, how many metres of things that we've fixed, all of that kind of stuff. So how we can show some of that work is happening in a more obvious base. So using some of say, for example, the digital screens around some of our facilities, the eyesight billboard that we own, things like email signatures, some of those free ways that we have that we can use. We are looking at, as part of the quarterly rates invoices that go out, just putting a one-page flyer in there about some of the key things that have happened over the past quarter and what council is focused on for the next quarter, as a way just to make sure that we're getting some additional information out there. You may have seen that we have now switched to a dedicated YouTube channel for council meetings. That is, there's two parts to that. One of that is one of the reasons was that sometimes when we had community groups in here, they played copyrighted material, so we needed to protect our channel, but also really helpful to actually have the meetings on one platform, everything else in another, so that the community can access that information in the easiest way possible. So that's already done. In terms of things that are underway and we're looking to get started on into the new year, a fair bit of feedback we've had over the last year that I've seen at drop-in sessions are people like to come to them, but they're always focused on a particular topic. And so people have asked about whether we could have a general session that people could come along and have a chat too. So we are looking at trialling some of them and seeing, how we can get some more people to come along and be available, have our staff available to answer some of those questions, as well as, the normal sessions that we provide. We're keen to work with you all and profile more about what you're actually doing out in the community, how you're listening, those kind of things. Obviously, that will be up to you. We'll work with you individually on how you may or may not like to do that, which I'll send some further information out to gauge some interest there. We are looking at doing a monthly video update on some of our decisions with yourselves, hopefully involved if you are keen. In our newsletter, you would have seen the fact or fiction section. We are looking at actually having some of that information more publicly available on our website. And I would just say, if you are hearing some of those things, please send them my way, because we would love to include them in there. I think that's probably the section we've had the most feedback on is, oh, I didn't know that, or oh, that's interesting. So yeah, if you have ideas, we'd love to see them. And I guess just lastly, one other thing, sorry, before I get to my end point. We have started adding subscription features to pages on our website, so that if someone, I'll use Roadworks as an example, so once I've looked once, they can click, and then every time we update that information, they're now getting an email with those updates. We've only been piloting it over the last few months and still tweaking and trialling, but we are seeing some good progress there. With our consultation forms, one of the questions you'll see when you see submissions is, how did you know about this? So we've been doing that for about 6 months now, so our plan in January is to deep dive that. And then lastly, we are looking at some of the material we have to help better explain things like how people can have their say, what actually happens when someone contacts us to raise a concern or an idea. So what is that process? Sometimes people say, oh, it's taking too long. So actually to be able to explain some of those things, and highlighting some better, information about what's happening in council meetings, what are the decisions that have had, what are coming up. So sorry I talked for ages, but hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea of the stuff that my team is looking at the moment.
Don't apologise for that, Olivia. It's really lovely to hear of all those different ways in which we're promoting council and the work and the role, and there's some new initiatives in there as well, so thank you for that. Moving over to... oh, right. Just your first question, okay. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you. That was good to hear. Now, am I correct to understand that those initiatives that you've outlined are to address the trust and confidence issue? Yeah. So specifically, the financial concerns emerged as the main issue in this report. So I'm just wondering if there are any solutions or action to address those specific issues.
Yes, we are having conversations with finance about how we can better explain the value for money situation. You all know it's quite complex, but trying to get it in a more easy to understand way of how rates work. I think you will have all seen last annual budget we did, when we group in terms of the goal, people get quite confused, so wanting to get it down to a bit more of a granular level, so we can talk about how much is on roads, how much is on some of those key things that we're getting asked lots of questions about. So hopefully we'll be able to get some of that going, especially ahead of the annual budget conversations.
Thank you. So in terms of the action plan or solutions to the issues raised here, will there be any opportunity for elected member input into that?
Do you want to start? In terms of the things that I've raised, I will put them through in an update to you all, and I'm obviously happy to take any feedback. In terms of, I guess, the reason I was looking at Grace is the wider topics that are covered there in terms of some of the areas that I guess maybe aren't communication things, would probably sit with the organisational performance team to be following up. So I'll pass over to her.
And I will also then just pass over to David, who has got his mic on.
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. You've heard from Liv about all the actions that we're taking to better communicate and market, I guess, the activities of council. In terms of responding to this and remembering the point that Grace made, this is just one indicator of a range of indicators that you'll need to be thinking about in terms of organisational performance. So we've heard about the marketing and communication techniques. Obviously, the other technique is what we invest in. And we talked last week about the review of levels of service and looking at the performance data to inform the reviews of level of service. So early next year, we'll be having those conversations, and ultimately through the long-term plan process, that is your most powerful tool in terms of moving the dial in terms of what you invest in. So I'd encourage you not to forget about the long-term planning and budgeting process as helping moving the dial on some of these indicators.
Cool. And final question, Madam Chair. You mentioned a June report where these would be outlined. Are you meaning this past June, or is there one coming future?
Last June we brought the participation report and the new civic indicators, so that report will come to you, we said, in August, so it will be based on the financial year period. So in August you'll see an update on how those indicators have tracked this year compared to last financial year.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Grace and Liv, for this. Just a couple of questions. Firstly, around the procurement of the qualitative research. Was that an open procurement process, or do we just go back to this company and go, do you want some business?
No, this was just done through Key Research, given they're the one handling the resident survey altogether.
So there was no consideration of looking more broadly in the market for an organisation that could do the focus groups that are coming up?
We haven't signed any contract on those focus groups at this stage, so if it is the preference of council, we could presumably explore more widely.
Is it consistent with our procurement approach that we wouldn't look to the market?
Just through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the overall cost is $25,000. I think, well, the budget's actually $20,000. We had a workshop on this late last year where there was a lot of conversation amongst elected members about the relationship between the survey work that Key Research do and the value of the focus groups. So certainly a lot of the contact information, so the focus groups will be made up by, or the people will be contacted will be the people who have participated in the Key Research survey process to date. So it was the conversation we had in that workshop last week was how do we actually get a more qualitative conversation from those people who have completed the survey, given that they're already engaged and are thinking about those conversations, given they've participated in the process. So we haven't gone out to a full procurement process for that reason.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to understand where officers' thinking was at on whether those might be in person or the online version of that qualitative research.
A final decision hasn't been made yet. In early discussions, we have noted the value of in-person focus groups for possibly getting some slightly more valuable feedback with people being more engaged than being online, but that decision hasn't been made yet.
Great, thank you. A couple more. Just trying to understand why we get quite limited data back, and an example of that would be page 221, where looking at other councils, we, for better or worse, have 31% of our respondents identified as champions. There's another council out there that has 52% champions, but we don't really have a way of knowing who that council might be, because that's presumably been paid for by public money but is hidden from public view. I just wondered, is there a mechanism by which we can get access to more information than what's actually provided to us?
I would need to go back to Key Research to confirm that. As I understand, they only provide average scores to every council other than obviously the council score, and I think that's more to allow those councils to review the information before it does go public. but I can go back and confirm whether it is possible to get some more detailed information.
Thank you. Finally, just wanted to understand what demographics we are actually trying to match. So the demographic data was on page 191, I think. So yeah, when we're weighting, what are we trying to weight to? The whole community?
It's weighted against the electoral roll for Palmerston North.
Against the electoral roll in contrast to the whole community.
I believe so.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Kian Lee, policy analyst, if I may answer that to the chair. We are trying to use the proportion from the census data. So the data, the respondents are picked from the electoral roll, in which we request every year, so that it's brought up to the latest electoral roll that we have. And its demographics is weighted according to what's on that page, I think, by male, female, and also different locations and different age group, so that it represents the composition of Palmerston North.
Thanks. That's really helpful to understand. So the example that caught my eye on that page was even after weighting, we had only 18% of the responses came from renters, and my kind of broad understanding in loose numbers is that about half the people in this city rent and about half the people don't. So I was just trying to understand how post-weighting we still only see 18% of the responses coming from renters.
So my understanding is the weight we want to achieve is 18%, but the responses that we have gotten from the survey was 15%, so we need to weight it back up to 18%. So, and that percentage of weighted amount must have been coming from census data, which means that the rate payers would be 74%. Those that do not pay rate would be 7%.
So I guess what validation of demographic profile do we do before we commence these survey exercises, and then what validation do we do of demographics?
I think my understanding is that there is a participant information. They would collect that information, and if they do not meet the weighting requirement, or we need to top up, they will need to send more questions out.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just trying to work out how do we know that we've got the facts right on demographics before we start doing adjustments, because I guess on the face of it, I struggle to see this being consistent with what we know about the demographics of the community.
I do not understand that. I do not understand how they've done it. Personally, we can ask them for it.
Great, thank you.
Come back to you.
I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kuru.
I just wanted to support Councillor Barrett's question about the qualitative research, and then also just tautoko around how important it is to get face-to-face with those people. And my question was, does it influence the long-term plan? I suppose that's up to us, what we look at and decide whether or not. But also in terms of media, have we looked to build connection by using other media streams, because we have a younger population? Have we looked at things like TikTok, Instagram to gain connection and relationship? Or
Hello, yes, I'm very excited to tell you we have one of the highest engaged council TikToks in the world. It has, I would say, we have been a bit quiet on it at points this year while we've been waiting to see what the direction out of America is, but you know, it is one that we are definitely leaning into a bit more. And I can tell you, every time I go into a school, TikTok and Insta is where they are. So they are really, really important channels for us as well. Yeah.
Are we able to share some more, once we get the qualitative research back in and all that sort of stuff, to share more sort of good stories or community information on TikTok? Yep.
Yep, 100%. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuru. Councillor Harpata.
Thank you. Just a quick question for you, Liv. It was around when we were doing the consultation for Linklater and people didn't know how to put submissions in. Do you think we'd put up on, when you were talking about your spiel on all your how-tos, could we put up some pods on how to put submissions in maybe somewhere?
Yeah, that's one of the key ones we're keen to focus on, is that all the different ways people can have their say, but also how you will capture information. So there is, submissions that you are seeing, comments online, that you might just talk to someone in an event. All of those things are helpful when you are coming to consider those decisions. So yeah, that is definitely a key one. I think, sorry, this isn't directly relating to your specific question, but I've noticed this year that we have a much more engaged community at some of our big topics. So I was thinking Linklater, which is obviously a bit more controversial, but even our water ones, which were highly complex, we had large numbers of people turn up. Ring Road, we had our first session in Ashes, we had 93 people come, and most people spent about half an hour to an hour there. And so that is quite a shift in terms of people really wanting to have really quality conversation as well, not just wanting to come along for a quick question. So that has been quite a pleasing result for us to see as well. Yeah, and different people as well, people that haven't typically engaged in council before wanting to feed in, which has been nice.
And then also they don't know what to do when they come into the chamber, so having maybe a little demo on what they do when they come into the chamber.
Yep, we've talked to Hannah about that being one of the things we're looking at as well. So yeah, and if you have any other ideas, please just send them my way.
Somebody, I'm sure somebody would want to be a model for that, but it wouldn't be me.
Okay. We'll remember that one.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Liv and Grace. Similar to the Meet the Mayor sessions, have you thought about doing Meet Your Councillors? And
that was going to be one of my questions when I sent it out to you, is if we did a general session, would you like to? One of the other ideas we had talked about was cuppa with a councillor. So I know some of you go to some of the library community groups, actually just profiling that you are at those things if people wanted to be there. That's something that obviously it sits with you all as to, I know we've just had meetings about how busy you are, so getting some idea as to what you're interested in that. But I guess in terms of those general sessions, I guess a couple of people from my team will be there, and if you wanted to come, we're obviously always welcome to have you.
yeah, totally interested, and I think you're right, there's a lot more engagement out there at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendation, that being the end of, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I've been jumping in and out. My Wi-Fi here has been, with all the thunder and everything, has been jumping in and out with my camera, so apologies there. Look, thanks, Grace, for the work, and Liv for your summation of what you're going to do around the sort of the really important aspect of communication. Just my question is, and it sort of backs up some of the other questioning, is around the Palmy matters. Almost going back to the future with the square circular, where we get out and tell people exactly what we are doing, because at times people don't see that. So the Palmy Matters is going, and I know that's very much infrastructure, or heavy on infrastructure and programs that we're doing, but will it have a bit on the council itself? Not just the mayor, but my colleagues, the councillors, because there is a lack of who is your council. Will that be on it in the future?
Yes, I think I touched on us working with you to the level that you're comfortable with, about how we can profile the work you do. The newsletter is one of them, and one thing that is really helpful, you'll have seen that we've profiled a few staff, is that it is a one-way communication channel, so the ability for people not to be able to comment could be more, some people feel a bit more comfortable with that approach. Yes, in terms of elected member coverage, yes, we would love to do more with you all. In terms of the newsletter, we've done our first edition. We're going to keep trialling new things. We've got the data to see what people are clicking on, what they're interested in, how long they're spending reading each section. So we will be adapting based on what our community is keen for. And if you have ideas, again, just flick them through to me. We are happy to put them in.
And Liv, that currently that's online, and I do know, we've had a discussion about trying to get some form of online and print. But how many sign-ups have we got so far?
We are sitting at 2,062 as of this morning.
Okay, I mean, considering we've got tens of thousands in other mediums. We should be trying to lift that, and I know you are. So I mean, it's a bit of an open-ended question. How are you trying to lift that?
Yeah, I can talk to you a bit about that. So I guess it's pretty much an education piece, talking to people. A good example, the chemical waste day that was held on the weekend, we had 50 people sign up as a result of that. The Ring Road sessions, there is a tick box as they register, would you like to sign up? So looking at some of our digital forms, we are working in terms of like our libraries, our customer service centre, having some things there. Our customer service centre team, for example, I've worked with them so that for example, with the Super Gold passes, as people are coming in, getting them to sign up then and there. So when we have some bigger pieces there, so you will start to see some more promotion there. We have sent some stuff out to stakeholders, but yeah, if you can help us spread the word, we'd love that too.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrett, is this a question?
It is, and thanks for the opportunity to come back into the queue, just prompted by that discussion. Is there any plans to make even a small print run available of Palmy Matters so that people that are not in the digital world have a chance to access all the good news?
At this point, I don't have budget for that. What we are looking at, which we can do within our current levels of budget, is to have some big displays printed of that newsletter content at some of our key facilities so that people can read that and then be encouraged to sign up. I guess my thinking at this point is that as we progress and see how popular it is, looking at potentially bringing an LTP program to you for a hard copy edition if it continues to prove as successful as it is, if that's something that's of interest.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you to our officers, Mihi. I'm prepared to move the recommendation that Council receive the 2024-25 Resident Survey Annual Report and the 2024-25 Key Research Benchmarking Report. And thank you, Councillor Dennison, who seconds that. Any comments? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whoops, I've locked myself out there. This latest survey paints a pretty clear and concerning picture, actually, that our community is losing confidence in the Council's ability to deliver on the basics. People are telling us very loudly that they don't believe that they're getting fair return for their rates. Roading and footpaths are the most visible failure, with over half of residents dissatisfied with the state of roads. These are fundamental services that affect every resident in every household every day. Our financial management has appalling satisfaction levels. Residents are repeatedly calling for sensible spending and warning that they are receiving poor value for money. This is a direct reflection of our council's choices. Investing in projects that do not address the basics while neglecting the key infrastructure that people rely on. The message is very simple. Get back to basics. Fix the roads, maintain the pipes, deliver reliable core services before chasing grand, unnecessary projects. If we do not, dissatisfaction will only continue to deepen. Trust will erode further, and our already very poor reputation will continue to decline. Our residents deserve better, and they are telling us very clearly what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is really sobering reading, and as I read through this report, I did try and, ask myself the question: how do we actually address this? How do we actually improve the satisfaction? It's at an all-time low, and that's not something that I'm proud of in terms of being a part of this council. In terms of the suggestions that have been made already by staff, predominantly around the communications area, some of those may well be good, but I don't think all the information in the world won't help the situation if actually the decisions that we are making as a council are not in line with the will of the majority of our community. And I think in there lies the issue. The main concerns around financial performance in terms of making sensible decisions, spending our money wisely, rates being too high, the responsibility of those issues sits with the decisions we make at this table. And I think we need to think really carefully going into our annual budget and long-term plan about that. This trend has been on its way down. These themes have come out through this survey in the past, and I really have to say, what are we doing to address them? I don't feel satisfied that we're doing enough to address these themes at present. I was really reassured to read on the front page of the newspaper yesterday our Mayor's comment about that there will certainly be no new stuff. Now, that is not the reality of our current budget and plan, so I think that I look forward to some of the decisions that will need to be made to properly address the issues in this report. Trust and confidence, we can give all the information in the world to our community till we're blue in the face, but if that information is not in line with what they are comfortable with, that is actually going to exacerbate the lack of satisfaction that's been described in this report. So I think we need to be really careful not to overdo the comms thing, but we need to actually be making responsible decisions in this chamber that actually line up with the will of the majority of our community. And many of those people are saying that they're hurting, they're saying that we're spending too much money, they're saying that they simply cannot afford to fund the decisions that have been made in this room.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and look, I agree with everything the previous two speakers have said. However, I would, seeing the queue hazard us from getting into a long-term plan debate today. That is something we're going to have down the track. This is information we can use and take with us into that, so I'm not going to comment any further than what's already been said. What I would want to say is congratulations to Councillor Kuru and Councillor Fitzgerald. What you didn't know when you became a city councillor is you get to sit through and listen to Councillor Wood's annual rant about the poor margin of error statistics in our resident survey. And so I draw all of our attention to page 189, and those councillors who've been around the table, you can go for a bathroom break now. But I continue to see absolutely no point in providing any demographic breakdown data from this. And you'll see in almost every section, it gives breakdown of Māori versus non-Māori, these areas, that areas. The spread, so the margin of error of 9.51 for Māori means that the true figure, we can be 95% sure, lies either 9.5% under or 9.5% over. That means that that could be anywhere between a 19% spread of what the figure actually is. I mean, all of the location margin of errors are above 17%. All of the age margin of errors are above 14%. And so what does that mean in practice? Well, we'll take an example, if I can find the right page. On page 184, if you look at the ease of having a say in council decision making, you might be led to believe from that, okay, well, Māori and non-Māori have about the same percentage of view in terms of their ability to influence council decision making. But if you apply the spread to that, the true figure, we can be 95% sure for Māori, might be as low as 24% or as high as 42%. For non-Māori, it might be as low as 27 or as high as 37. And so I continue to plead with our officers, why on earth do you give us this data? Please just give us the overall trends, because it can lead to misinformation both in our community and among councillors. If you read that and take it at face value, that that's the figure. I appreciate the overall data when we're looking at the total figure, although that still is over 4% margin of error, which isn't insignificant, and only at a 95% confidence, not 99% confidence. But please, I have absolutely no interest in any of the demographic breakdown data, because it is just truly, statistically, so significantly not reliable. Or we get a larger pool of surveys that I've been asking for.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to Councillor Wood's annual rant on statistics, which always reminds me of the Mark Twain quote, there are three kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. On to that. I have to say I disagree pretty fundamentally with some of the previous speakers, and I think the officer's report speaks to why I disagree with them in that key trends aspect. They identify, in what I feel is a very accurate way, that this is a sector problem, and that Palmerston North is actually on par with the sector average. There are issues with the that's what the report says. There are issues across the sector and across New Zealand with issues of trust and confidence in local government. And I ask you to consider whether perhaps those issues with trust and confidence in local government are because every day, and particularly this week, our sector is being slammed in the press from central government. And to quote another famous saying, we're being slammed in the press and nobody's printing retractions. We don't get a right of reply on that. It is no wonder that the community doesn't know what we're doing or why we're doing it and doesn't believe our intentions in doing it. It's no wonder they think that when that is how it's being presented day after day in the press from central government. So that's kind of the big picture that I'm leaning back into here. But in terms of this report, can we actually read what's in front of us? We have good scores on core utility services. Our community recognises that we are delivering well in those spaces, core utility services. Now, I agree that roading is an issue. We all know that it is, and every time it rains, like it is today, I think our hearts all sink a little bit at the potholes getting a little bit worse. But let's also reflect that most of the funding for that work comes from central government. And the reason we're stretched across those budgets is because of the restructuring of that funding of central government money administered by NZTA Waka Kotahi. So yes, there's a problem, but it's not all our doing. And let's then look at where the community has said they're dissatisfied and they're looking for more investment, which is about public facilities and outdoor spaces. That's where they want to see us focus. The report says that clearly. It suggests that the presentation and maintenance of assets are important to residents' overall experience. So I rather feel that some of the conclusions we're drawing are a bit of a long bow from the statistics, however much we might want to get into the detail of that demographic representation. Let's be very careful with how we disrespect our own work here, how we disrespect our own prioritisation. We come to this with different views. Absolutely. But when we make a decision about how we spend that budget, then we have to go out and back that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for the comments so far. I think where I'm at on this is that there are some concerning trends in here, and some of those trends do need to form a focus for our prioritization into the future. However, I'd say I'm quite as dark as some of my colleagues on this, particularly those first couple comments. For instance, satisfaction still does outweigh dissatisfaction. I'm not saying it's great. There's a lot of room to improve there. But fundamentally, overall satisfaction still, on balance, outweighs dissatisfaction. Similar overall reputation. We're still on the positive side of the ledger there. We need to do more, absolutely. And we need to continue to hold ourselves accountable for that. But I actually think there's a mix in here, as Councillor Bowen just said, of some quite good news as well, and we shouldn't lose sight of that and the desire to make some points. I couldn't tell actually if I was seeing a preview of the LTP debate or a review of the October election debates. Some very consistent messaging. Let's call that efficiency, perhaps reuse, reduce, recycle. I did want to comment on the demographics as well, not from the statistical point of view that my colleague continues to provide, which I do enjoy and concur with, but more just a concern on what we actually see here in terms of demographics. I think Councillor Wood said that he sees no value in the demographic breakdown, and I agree from a statistical point of view. The value that I see in the demographic breakdown is it shows how out of touch the demographic that we're seeing come through here is with the overall demographic of the community. I would love to see a correction that would show to me that, you know, 18% of the community is renting and 82% is not. But I don't think that's actually the truth when you get out into the community and look at the actual demographics. And so, while I don't think that invalidates the messages, I think we need to be really clear and understand who is being heard and who is not being heard when we look at the data in front of us. And the final point that I'd make is around open data. I would love to have a yarn to the council that has managed to unlock the secret mystery of getting 52% champions. I have no efficient way of doing that other than trawling through 20-some resident surveys across the MOTU until I work out which one of them has their lucky number come up to be publicly reported. And so I find it frustrating and perhaps an example of inefficient use of public funds where we put some public money into a business and 20-some other councils put public money into a business, 100% public funding for this, and then there's very little visibility and utility of that data back to the communities. I think that, yes, perhaps there could be a pause so that councils could come to grips with their information, but I find it frustrating that we're using 100% public money across this country to basically pay a business to hide information from us. I find it really, really frustrating.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes I wonder if we've all read the same report, actually. But let me say that what I read was that Palmerston North City Council's overall satisfaction is below the all-council average, but the overall reputation index is on a par with the sector average, suggesting underlying perceptions of trust and leadership are broadly similar to other councils. So, value for money scores are slightly stronger than the sector average. Satisfaction with consultation and engagement is also modestly ahead. Perceptions of inquiry handling and elected member performance are close to the sector averages. Council performs well above the benchmark in core utility services, etc., etc. So, one thing that I think doesn't really assist us is the level of misinformation that is out there, or what we call fake news. Okay, we've heard some fake news in the chamber already this morning, but I thought I would draw your attention to some fake news that I have had on my Facebook page in the last 24 hours. According to the fake news, we set a 17% rate increase last year. Yes, I thought you might be interested to know that was actually 6.6. That we have voted for ourselves a great superannuation package, which we don't even get, and that we have voted an increase in our KiwiSaver contributions. Elected members don't get KiwiSaver at all. That we have voted a massive pay increase for ourselves, when in fact, as we all know, the Remuneration Authority determines the pool funding. That we have wasted millions of dollars on Featherstone Street, which I think, as we all should know, was 90% funded by NZTA. Our spend was around about 200,000. I could go on. That's just the last 24 hours. And the social media echo chambers and the lobby groups amplify the fake information. Sometimes, I'm ashamed to say, even elected members amplify the fake information. So is it any surprise that people think we're doing terribly when in fact they don't actually know what the truth is a lot of the time? Secondly, I concur with Councillor Bowen wholeheartedly. When you have central government in the media day after day after day, bashing local government, saying things like, oh, well, we'll put the trainer wheels on them until 2029, making really insulting remarks, even when they're speaking to us directly, let alone in the press, day after day, what does it do? It colours people's perception of local government. Of course it does. What is it to them? It's a political distraction, so we don't look at how they've tanked the economy for the last 2 years. Thirdly, and there was some talk earlier about the will of the majority. Now, far be it from me to reference back to the election that was only 2 months ago, but I think the will of the majority in Palmerston North was quite clear. They substantially re-elected the same council that they'd had in the previous term, which doesn't quite feed into the preferred narratives of those who want to say how terrible we are. It makes me wonder if people are looking for justification of their own predetermined position, but perhaps that's not the case. So, finally, I want to finish by saying that there are general trends across not only our country but other countries of lack of trust in government and local government that have emerged post-COVID. This is not a problem that's unique to Palmerston North City. It's not a reflection of how terribly we're doing as a council. I'm not saying there isn't room for improvement. Of course, there always is. But to try and paint a picture of somehow an incompetent, out-of-touch council that doesn't know what it's doing, that's wasting money, and isn't spending money on the basics. So yes, 85% of our spending is on infrastructure. I just think all of us need to be careful what narrative we're painting. And let's make sure that it's actually based on the report that's in front of us, actually based on facts, actually based on genuine statistics, and is a justifiable position on the facts, not on our particular political inclinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I couldn't have put it better myself. Councillor Johnson did summarise the misinformation that is out there. Look, I agree with the majority of speakers that yes, we can do a lot better, and yes, there are some worrying trends. But I think it needs to be taken at both a macro level and a city level. What's happening at a wider level? Yes, in New Zealand, we have a government at the moment that is pushing the blame very much onto our sector of government and local government. And it's coming like a tsunami. To give you an understanding, the rates capping was announced to us by the media, and I got the letter after the 4 p.m. stand-up. I got the letter from the Minister at 4:30. That's the sort of trust and, I suppose, level of respect that is going on at the moment. Wasn't good. I mean, I wouldn't do that to his office. I don't see why he's doing that to our offices and around the country. Look, it's happening all over the world. It's happening in New Zealand. There is a distrust or growing distrust in authorities, and it's on steroids now after COVID. Look, what is Palmerston North doing? Look, we can get better, and I just emphasise that we've got to get better. But to give us an uppercut and almost throw a grenade internally and let it explode and not offer any solutions, I think is poor. So I just want to remind colleagues that the campaigning stopped on 22nd of October, and we are now trying to work as a team. So how do we do that? I think there is some good stuff in the survey, and there's some stuff which we need to improve. Roads, for example. Look, we're still the largest city left with a big state highway network going through the middle of it. A lot of those roads, by NZTA's own admission, aren't having enough maintenance on them. So, and we're carrying a huge amount, 22% of the nation's heavies go through our city. So, of course, we're going to have some issues with our network, but we've got to communicate that better. So I do push back on the assumption that we can just communicate our way out of this. But we do need to tell the story better on what is actually happening, because there is a lot of misinformation, as Councillor Johnson alluded to. Look, in terms of our rates and spending and everything else, 85% plus is on infrastructure. I opened in my inaugural speech around that and just emphasised some facts and some money numbers on what we've done in the last 3 years. I had a member of the public come up to me afterwards and said, that was really interesting to see where our money's going. Because when you look on Facebook, they all think it isn't. It's going on wasteful stuff. Also, our 6.6 was the third lowest city rate in the country. And over the last 3 years, cumulatively, we're 24%, and we are in the lowest 12 councils in the country. So again, we've got to get the truth out there rather than the misinformation. But I do emphasise it isn't all 100% pretty. We can do so much better. And I do wonder if to the officers, if this snapshot of 500 people is giving us this result, perhaps we should look at a bigger pool of people to speak to as well over a wider cross section of our community. I do wonder if it is very narrow, and a couple of the other comments and speakers have said the same thing. So, look, I'm going to approve it. We've got to accept it. We've got to do better, but we do have to take it in context. There is some good stuff there, and we can, members can skew the numbers and have an opinion and have sometimes a predetermined opinion, but we've got to look at how we can get better together. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think enough's been said, although I could have gone on. I think that it's time for us to vote. So can I please ask that we make a decision on recommendation? Thank you. And that is past 15 all. Thank you very much. I wish to advise that we take an adjournment from the council meeting, and we will meet back. We'll meet back in an hour's time. Thank you. If we could meet back here at 2:15, that would be wonderful, and we'll move straight into our workshop for the water services. And I also know that Chris is on a really tight time frame. He's got to go to 3 councils and do the workshop today. Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. I assumed that we would be continuing this meeting until it finished, and so I didn't put my apologies in for early departure on council business, but I have agreed to do an event in Wellington for the Mayor, and I need to leave at 3.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Denison? Yeah, also. Sorry.
That's okay. Just on that basis too, I also, depending what time we reconvene, may also have to give my apologies for council business departure early.
Thank you very much. We've noted that, and 2:15, if we could be back in here